And we are live. I'm just going to quickly change. There's something. One of my window captures just changed slightly. Let me just alter that. Ah, typical, right? No, that's no. Let me change this window. No, that's the wrong one. I want this one. That one.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Yeah, hey, hey.
The true horror is technical problems.
Technical
Exactly.
problems, as always. Right, there we go. That looks much better. Let me just hop back over onto here and just make sure it looks sensible. Yeah, that looks sensible. Something shifted when I was doing this. Yeah, just bear with me while I sort this out. So, hi, I'm Chris from Darker Days Radio, and I am your GM today. You'll see me move things around ever so gingerly to make sure that things are lined up in boxes. There we go. Why was that weird? That was strange. I had it all lined up. Madness, absolute freaking madness. Anyway, I think I know what I did. I mostly shifted my my screen stuff, and then you know, I was messing. That's why I was messing. Anyway, right. Let me bring that up. Sorry.
I blame the overlay scarecrow. It looks too devious.
Right, there we go. Yes.
Yeah,
So, hi, I'm
definitely.
Chris from Darker Days Radio, and we are playing. Today is Warhammer Day. It's Halloween, but it is also Warhammer Day. I mean, what with COVID-19, what with the pandemic, people are stuck indoors, and they are doing a lot of hobby right now. Predominantly, mostly painting things, putting things together, other things like that. But also Games Workshop, it's hobby, Warhammer 40,000. You know, may have watched our Wrath and Glory streams. You may be playing Soulbound, the latest Warhammer RPG set in the Mortal Realms, or you may be playing Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, which is what we're playing tonight. You know, that's also part of the Warhammer hobby. There's also lots of computer games based upon the IPs. And we are playing a brand new scenario for Halloween that came out just a couple of days ago, which I wrote along with David Whitworth, who is also my co-host for Darkhammer, who is running our Warhammer campaign, which you can watch tomorrow at 8 p.m. GMT. And yes, so that's what's going on. We'll be running that. I'm playing in that because I'm having a break from my Wrath and Glory campaign. So there's a few things to promote. First of all, if you want to grab this book, it is this book, 4th edition from Cubicle 7. If you are interested in Soulbound, though, you can pick up this book, which has recently come out to everyone that pre-ordered, and it's a fantastic way into the Mortal Realms. With all of that plugging out the way, obviously, if you want to get the scenario to read along, you can find the link in the chat. There, you can just do !game. It'll pop up. It'll link you to Drive Through RPG. It's already a Electrum bestseller or something like that. I don't know. It means it sold over like 500 copies. I don't know. Anyway, so it's very cool. But that's what we're playing. So to introduce some people here and to plug their own stuff as well, we are joined by Sam Poots, who you might have recognised as he used to do a lot of video, a lot of great content, and also played in a certain Kingdom Death Let's Play video series. So hi Sam,
Yeah.
welcome to this Warhammer Fantasy game.
Hey, yeah, thank you very much for inviting me on board for this. I'm so excited. I've been running Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay this year, but this is my first time getting the chance to play a character in it. And of course, it's a setting I have huge love for, because this is where it all began for me, Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah, it's such a seminal kind of RPG, given its age. I mean, it's on 4th edition. You know, it basically cemented the Warhammer world as they were developing the game. We're also joined by Bran. So, hello, Bran. This is the first time we've chatted on a stream. So you've done some previous you do currently some video streams. You've done some previously, a lot more stuff with Gehenna Gaming as well.
Yeah, so starting around PAX East, I was invited by the Gehenna Gaming High Council to become an Ansel with them. I've taken a step back from that to do some reassessment, but I have been doing a weekly stream for a while now called Worlds and Crafts. It's just kind of setting building for beginners and anyone who kind of just wants to relax and have fun. You know, very collaborative, very fun. So that's really all I've done. Played plenty of games, done lots of that. My history with Warhammer is pretty limited, but I have been exposed to it, and I have played a couple games. So I'm really excited to give it another go, especially as this interesting dwarf duelist.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll get into that in a moment. And we are joined by two people who've appeared on a similar one-shot as well. You may have watched previously, we did for SafeCon, for Save Against Fear, for the Badana group. We ran a one-shot which was called Orcs on Tour, which was set on a certain Gorka Morka orc-infested world, and we have Ben and Sato back with us. Hello.
Hi.
So, yeah, and you guys are you participate in quite a lot of Gehenna Gaming games that are going on as well. So, with introductions done, what are everyone playing? So, Sam, what are you playing?
Well, as anyone who used to watch back when I was on tabletop knows, I have something of a fondness for halflings. So of course I had to be the halfling. I am Theodosius Brandysnap, a halfling herbalist.
Oh, excellent, excellent. And Bran, you are playing what?
I'm playing Snorri Gunderson. I'm going to be playing a strange duelist. Someone who doesn't normally use, dwarves don't normally use swords, but well, I'm going to prove them wrong. It's better.
Excellent. And Ben, what are you playing?
I am Talther, Rottenfanger, the rat catcher.
A rat catcher, classic, which means, well, everyone else has like weapons and herbs and stuff. You've got traps and a very angry little Yorkshire Terrier. Well, mostly a bit larger than a terrier, but it's definitely an angry dog. You've got like a small dog. Excellent. And Sato, what are you playing?
I am going to be playing Anders Dieblot, which is a thief. No, totally not a thief.
Totally not a
An
thief.
innocent person with dark clothes. You know, normal.
He's
I believe
a
him.
problem solver. Right, excellent. And with introductions done, we can get into this wonderful Halloween-themed scenario called Hell Rides to Hallt. So currently, it is the depths of winter. The nights are long, and you are traveling in a carriage. It's rumbling along the what would normally be rather muddy roads in the Empire, in the Reichland, but what with the cold weather, they're a lot more hard underfoot, a lot more crunchy, and of course, as this carriage is racing through the dark forests, heading towards the town of Hallt, near a town village, more like a largish village, near a larger town called Hallt. You can also see in the distance, over the dark, looming forests around you, you can see the tips of the grey mountains, from which a very cold wind comes down. And of course, the stars are out. It's a very clear night, which makes it all the more apparent that you're getting very close to a very auspicious time of the year. Hexensnacht. Hexensnacht is a time when the stars are dim. Morrslieb, a moon, much like our own, is not in the sky. But the other moon, the second moon of the old world, Morrslieb, this green moon, almost like a grimacing skull-like face, looks down with its inky green light onto the world. And it is a foolhardy person that goes about their business on Hexensnacht, for it is a time of when the walls between worlds are thin, when the winds of magic run strong, and when strange creatures, demons, beastmen, the undead, and other things might be roaming the night. So, you're travelling to Hallt, and you are not alone heading towards Hallt on this before the new year. You are heading there you're accompanied by a friend, someone that you've met recently, who you've worked with in the local in the Reichland, because he is a litigant, a lawyer, which is quite useful in your line of work. If you're a duelist, you're generally fighting to work for you fight on behalf of others who want to do trial by sword. You fight on their behalf, or you might be fighting for the state. So you do it that way, and that's how you would know the litigant. Likewise, I'm sure as a herbalist, you're quite good at healing people to a certain extent. and similar things. So it's you could quite easily see what the relationship is between the halfling and the dwarf duelist, as well as being considered somewhat outsiders in the Empire because you're not humans. I mean, at least halflings and dwarves have a better relationship with the Empire. I mean, you could be one of those strange elves. We don't like them. And of course, with you, we have a certain. Well, I guess he's not a thief, but maybe you work for the litigant. Possibly, you know, you're quite good at getting information, going places where other people, if they were to step there, would seem out of place. You are able to go unseen, unnoticed, and listen to conversations that would otherwise be taking place in secret. And then finally we have the rat catcher, who, again, you know, is just you know, looking to make some coin. Again, maybe you're traveling because you're on your way to Hallt, and from there, most probably to somewhere else because you're in the business for rat catching, and you go where there are rats. And so you may or may not know the others in the carriage that well because you may have just got passage on the carriage without, you know, because it was the only one that was going in this direction, especially at a time of year like this. So the litigant, Goswin Samter, is there sniffling. He's rotund, balding, reddish in the cheeks, and coughing and spluttering with his phlegmy chest. Sipping some liqueur to clear his nose, to clear his sinuses, and yes, he's there traveling with you. But this is a good point at which you should maybe describe how do your characters appear? What is their kind of, how do they present themselves? What kind of conversation are they having even?
Theo is a small, rather rotund little halfling, a mop of curly brown hair. His clothing is not quite what you'd expect from an adventurer, from someone traveling the roads. Very almost townsfolk, but very run in, very worn, with a worn out old cloak with lots of pockets. Everything is pockets. He has lots and lots of pockets. And right now, he's probably pestering the lawyer, going, you know, some Malaine would really clear up that cough of yours. It would be absolutely wonderful if you just put it in a pipe, smack, and shit. Wonderful stuff. It clears the lungs wonderfully.
Yes, that would be really very useful. There'll be
A lot of
we're in the
Malaine.
warm. We'll wait till we get in the warm. It'll be a good chaser to a good hearty ale. Where we're going, Hallt has some very fine ales. At this time of year, they spice them. And they're very warming.
Wonderful. I can't wait to try some of those.
And you, Snorri, I'm sure you'll enjoy the beer there. It's not quite as strong or as potent as, what's that stuff? What's that brew? Oh, herbalist. Theo, what is it the dwarves drink? What's the one?
I believe that's Bugsman's. I tried that. I woke up a week later.
Yes. You have to be careful.
Surely not as strong, no. But
No.
I wouldn't worry too much.
I hear it can make a regular man go blind. Ugh.
I know of more than a few of my own kin who've gone blind from it. But so Snorri is dressed in, I would say, clean but plain clothes. Working with kind of, dare I say, the public. He tries to make something of an appearance. And you would never ever think to describe a dwarf as live, ever. But Snorri's got that kind of odd, broad shoulders, arms hanging off of it almost, like too far from his torso. Not as barrel-chested as some of his kin, a little bit lankier. Probably why he prefers the quick way of sword. But
I
He
imagine-
also
I
has a very
imagine
fine
he's got
hat.
some interesting, clothing because he's a duelist. And they have fine clothing.
Yeah, he wears I'd say he probably ends up wearing like leather breeches and probably like knee-high leather boots with like the pointed toe and and the folded tops, and the same thing with gloves. But I think his shirt is quite bloused. It's got the like like almost like a cravat or something similar to it, and he's got a nice hat. It's got some floof to it, a little bit of color, a plume.
He must have a
Yeah.
very, very well kept beard as well.
Oh, certainly. He waxes his mustache
Hey!
and his beard as well, so it comes to a nice big point. So he
Excellent.
just kind of looks like a caricature all around. Eyebrows too. Eyebrows.
I guess he, in some respects, that's quite good if he doesn't even dress like a dwarf. He could just be mistaken to be a very short human rather than
A very
a
short,
fancy dwarf.
stocky human. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
The
And,
pointed beard counts as another weapon.
yeah, and then the thief it's Anders, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Anders dresses quite nondescript, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the idea. So mostly like a plain, like a kind of brownish garb with a heavier cloak. I try to wear as much as nondescript clothing as I can, but I do have one of those kind of leathery hats. It's kind of pointy and it has like those ears, which are like made of leather, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of carving the side of the carts, trying to stay as far away from the coughing man as I can.
Excellent. And finally, Ben, your rat catcher. How Caton shit is he today?
Well, you can no longer tell the original color of his outfit, but you're hoping that this is what it was, because otherwise you're sitting in a car with. He's very gaunt. The only thing that really comes through is his shocking red hair, as he is a ginger. And he keeps trying to join the conversation. Yeah, me uncle had a cough like that. He died.
Yeah.
He's got his really mangy little dog with him.
And to give a sense of like, because in the Warhammer world, life is quick and dead comes fast. How old is each character?
Ooh, I forgot
22.
How old is the dwarf?
83.
83.
Yeah.
A young'un.
And everyone else is mostly a fine 20 years old or so, and the halfling.
How long do dwarves live again in the Warhammer universe? Ideally.
Quite a while. I think
They-
a good 200 would be normal.
Okay.
Yeah. From what I remember from most of the fiction, like the long beards, the really old ones, were usually in their 200s, 300s.
Yeah.
I'm 42. But
42. Yeah.
yeah, quite young for a halfling.
Quite young for a halfling, yes. Anyway, so the carriage rattles along, and Godsman, as you're getting closer to Hallt, takes a more grim look. I should tell you, the locals, there's been a lot of commotion recently. All this nonsense about a Dullahan, a creature of darkness, headless horseman, one who was cursed to death, who rides bringing death to all who see it. So if you see it, well, as what the locals say, death will come quick to you. It'll come quick to you, boy. And he points at the halfling. It's a fatal omen, especially this time of year. And only those of noble heart or truly innocent, and I know the innocent. Don't you know that, Snorri? We know who's innocent. Can survive such an encounter. He coughs up into his handkerchief a whole, more spittle. However, this is just a simple rural superstition. Folk will speak that, this is some nonsense. A Apparently, you can kill one if you use a stake cut from the heartwood of a willow tree on the night of a full moon, or you could also use a silver blade. But I don't see any of these farmers round here with a silver blade. They say that if you find his missing head and you can make the Dullahan to leave, you give the head back and he puts it back on his corpse and wanders back to hell or wherever such a creature comes from. He gets out his box of snuff and he's like, oh God, oh Sigma, bless me. But this, I'm sure, and this is my suspicions. There have been many deaths recently, apparently beheadings. Apparently some have lost their arms, well, lost a hand. I think there's a copycat out there. Brigands! Foul wretches. Preying on the fair who come to Hallt. And of course at this time of year you'll be lucky to have a road warden going these way. There's a hoot and the braying of some creature outside, and Goswin looks out. Oh God. I think the things we need to be more afraid of, those cursed mutants that live out there. You haven't ever come across any of them, have you?
I think Snorri would probably put a put a broad hand just like on his shoulder and just be like, I think maybe you're rambling a bit much right now.
Rambling.
You're tired from the trip.
Oh, thank you, Snorri. Yes. Now
he's gonna like give an apologetic look to I'm sorry, it was Theo? Is the,
Yeah, the
he's
more
gonna give
the
an
more
apologetic look like, I'm sorry, I don't know why he targeted you, but
the more and more he's been talking, Theo's just been like with this.
it's like,
so when we get there, there's a wonderful. You'll have there's a pub we can stay at, a little inn called. What was it called?
The
Something
mention
like
of an inn.
it's something toad, something frog. It's been some time since I've come here. What was it? The Calm Toad is the So you can get lodgings there, and then he looks out. Oh, that is not a good sign at all. And you look out the carriage, and there, hanging in the sky, illuminated, are the two moons, Morrslieb and Morrslieb. And Morrslieb is waning, a crescent, a lidded eye looking down as if it was some angry god, with another eye, a green one, also looking down, with an inky glare casting its dark light. So how do you feel about these legends of the Dullahan? All of this crap that Goswin is talking about?
Well, Theo currently is scared shitless.
I think
Good.
Snorri is doing his best to just kind of keep on a calm appearance, but he's got a little bit of a twitch to his gaze, feather twitching ever so slightly in his hat, pointed mustache, pointed beard, twitching ever so slightly.
Brilliant. So, anyone else have any kind of reaction? How they feel about things?
I'm just gonna say that Talther's kind of staring there with a dull look on his face, mouth agape, like, huh?
Anders is probably thinking and the same thing as the lawyer, like, yeah, it must be some kind of copycat trying to raise money. And the second thought is like, stake of the heart of an oak wood, huh? Okay, I can get some money out of that.
And
Sell it to some folk.
everyone can make a perception roll. Now, you might have some skill, like you have a good sense of hearing. You might even have the ability to see quite well in the night. So if you have anything like that, you can also make use of that, and that will give you some bonus.
Okay.
I have a night vision, so
Damn.
You have night vision, okay. So you can add +10 to your perception for spotting anything as you're looking out from the windows of the carriage.
okay.
Important question. Is the highest value 100 or is the lowest value 0?
Oh, the highest value is 100.
I rolled a 100.
Oh, excellent. You don't
Oh.
hear shit.
With the bonus, my perception was 47 and I rolled 74. So I'm
We're not doing so hot. I have a bonus as well from night vision, and I rolled an 87.
Nice. We're all doing really well.
This
I'm
is
here
off to
to
a swimming start.
I'm here to save the team. I have 27 of perception and I rolled a 9.
Oh, wow.
Way.
That's really
Go
good.
betrayer.
So
I was hoping
okay,
for- I didn't hear
so
anything.
Sota, what did you say your perception skill was? What's the value for it?
27.
27. Okay, so you rolled a 9, so that means effectively you succeed with 2 success levels. So what we're doing is we're taking the target number and the 10s that you roll on the D100, and the difference is the success level. So you can succeed with 0 success levels, or with more. You can also get negative success levels, which will come into a lot of importance when combat happens, and it will. So, Anders, you hear something in the night. A galloping. And it's getting closer.
I'll turn to the lawyer. What was his name again?
Goswin.
Goswin. I'll say, hey, Sir Goswin, do we have any? Are there a lot of thieves around here? You know.
Oh, possibly so, especially at this time of night on a time of the year. Yes.
Seems to be a horse galloping around.
What? Oh my! He looks out. Bandits! Bandits! Oh! And those of you who have the ability of night vision, or some degree of night vision, you also begin to look out, and you see silhouetted, or not silhouetted, but barely illuminated by moonlight, a dark figure on a horse galloping towards the coach, coming straight down in the direction the coach is travelling in.
Theo very loudly screams, "Extendulan!" Just
Oh
peering
yeah,
over the edge of the-
it clearly has no head. And as it rushes past, you watch, if you're leaning your head out of the carriage window, you watch the head of the horse that's pulling the carriage come clean off with a gout of blood, and of course the carriage goes out of control and falls on its side. So it will topple over. Everyone needs to make an athletics test with a +20 bonus.
I think that as Snorri is leaning out the window, he probably saw it come and be like, "Oi, driver!" And then just covered in blood. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Hooray.
Nope.
It was +20, yeah?
Yeah.
Whew.
So my adjusted athletics then is 37, and I rolled a 21.
Your adjusted athletics is 37 with a +20 bonus. Classic dwarf.
Listen, I'm a rock, okay?
Who failed? Okay, you take 1 point of, you take 1 wound. No modifier for armor. You just take 1 wound as you get thrown clean from the carriage. Everyone else, you tumble out of it, or you brace yourself. I'm sure the halfling maybe grabs anything. It's just like, oh, and it, barrels over in the frozen earth. Those of you that are flung from it land fairly comfortably in snow. So basically where you are, you've got the road, and everywhere around you leads off into the dark forests, because the Empire is 90% forest at this point. Yes, and as you gather your senses, gather your wits, pulling yourselves up, you can see that the body of the horse, beheaded, blood seeping, staining the snow, a very dark colour, as it is too dark to tell that it is blood. The coachman is clearly trapped and crushed under the coach and is dead. And Goswin pulls himself up, looking around. He's come for me! He's come for me! And he legs it into the forest.
Snorri's gonna call after him and be like, Godswin! Stupid man. And he's actually gonna so who was flung from it? Was that Sater, what's your character's name again?
Anders.
Anders. So Anders was actually flung from the carriage. I think Snorri would rush over to Anders.
Yeah, I'm currently taking my hat off and kind of shaking the snow out and then bumping it away.
Excellent. Yep. So hold on, I'm just trying to find some. I'm just gonna find some rules that I need to reference.
Snorri has also certainly drawn his blade as he's doing so, looking around cautiously.
Excellent. And what does anyone want to do? Do you want to chase after Goswin? Do you want to stay there? Do you want to just hide? Hiding is a perfectly good answer to anything.
Well, Theo's just climbed out of the wreckage. He's just going, is everyone all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're right, Master Ratcatcher. Good. Oh no. Should we go after him?
I mean, he said the thing was after him, so if we stay here, we'll be fine. Right?
But he won't be.
He ran off into the woods. Do you want to follow him?
And
At night.
I will
This
give
is
you an
a nice
option
place.
to inform you that, because as you're looking around, those of you again with night vision, the ability to see into the gloom, you look back the direction you came, and of course you can hear and see the horseman coming back towards you.
Okay, we'll fare better than the horse. Let's go. And he's gonna run into the woods.
That's fair.
Starts tugging at the rat to Teltheus. Goes, come on,
I'm
and then
carrying my
makes it.
small dog so it doesn't get lost in the snow.
Oh, the fourth dog. Is there before I run off? Is there something like a torch or something in the wreckage?
No,
Because
no.
I can't see anything. Bollocks. All right, so just sprint.
What
I'll say,
lantern?
Master Dwarf.
What lantern there was is clearly smashed with when the carriage crashed.
I'll
It became
kind of be
fused with the driver's head.
I'll hold your hand. So you like, it's in the dark.
yeah. I'll kind of run behind them and say like, Master Dwarf, please make a lot of noise.
Just follow my smell.
The yaps of the dog.
Oh no. We're so dead.
Let me get this straight. Where is everyone going? Are you just rushing into the woods off the road, and are you trying to follow Goswin, or are you just not bothering?
I'm currently following Snorri.
I think Snorri probably was going to follow Goswin just because he seems to know this area quite well. And if he survives, he might be useful.
I'm
Just to
staying
have
with
an-
my friends here.
Just to have an idea, is the forest dense enough that the horse would have a little bit of difficulty traversing it, or is it just? I mean, it is a ghost horse, but
The horse the forest is dense enough that as you get into it, it will get denser, and a horse would have trouble full charge galloping through.
oh,
I think
That's a
Snorri
safe
was
bet.
probably mumbling to himself the whole time, though. He's like, sure, you told your whole life, don't go into the forest at night. Don't go into the forest at night. But no, now you go into the forest at night.
So I want everyone to make a athletics roll, based, something like an agility roll. That's what I want, obviously, an agility based roll for going through the forest. If you don't have night vision, you've got a -10 modifier on your skill for doing that, and this is just basically to ensure you don't trip over.
Okay, my agility base is 35 and I rolled 72, so
Yeah, you basically, as you're going through, you'll trip a bit, you'll bump into a tree or on a tree root or things like that, or you'll realize you'll put your foot in maybe a warren, like the opening to a warren, like where a rabbit warren or something like that. But you're having a hard time.
He's bumping into trees, apologizing to each one. And
Snorri fails as well by a significant degree.
Yeah.
I failed by -6.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, if you fail by -6, you properly run straight into a tree and fall flat on your ass. And Talther,
Failed by 22.
so 22 versus your
27.
27. Yeah. So yeah, that's not great. Yeah, you all have trouble making it through. You could hear Goswin screaming, "Help me, someone! Help me!" And you hear, and you see, those of you that can see, you witness the horseman riding through behind you, making its way through the forest. What do you want to do? Do you want to confront the horseman? Do you want to hide behind a tree?
I think Snorri's thought, because we're just staggering all over the place, is to hide and see if maybe we can ambush it.
The horseman is on a terrifying black steed. You can see steam rising from its nostrils as it's getting closer, and you can see that the headless horseman wears a kind of a black armor that's covered, and sometimes you see the light reflect off it as if it's got grimacing faces that are, etched or wrought into it. And of course, he is this horseman carries a massive executioner's style axe.
Okay, actually, I think Snorri is instead just gonna be like, "Oh, screw this," and he's gonna turn around and he's gonna point his sword and he's gonna face. He goes, "Hide," to everyone else.
Okay, I would also at this point,
twice.
just to so we get some more of the test some of the rules. I think everyone needs to roll. Let me just check. A fear trait represents extreme aversion to something. Creatures that cause fear have a fear rating. So everyone needs to pass a challenging cool test, and this basically means a test of how scared witless you are.
Okay.
And you need to get a certain number of success levels to succeed on this, because the horse is quite big.
I do have a question about the rules. Next to the characteristic, it has advantage, ADV, and there's a value in some of them. Can someone explain to me what that means?
What type of skill is that you're looking at?
So I'm looking at cool right now, which is what is that? Willpower.
Yeah.
And I have a 34, and next to it says 5 in ADV. So I don't know what that means.
Oh, so that's that'll be. So if you've got, let me just check. Hold on, let me just check your character sheet.
Does that mean if I get like 5, if I pass by 5, I get an advantage, or?
I think your total is the one under skill.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Oh no, it's not advantage. That's the advances. So basically, that's how.
Advances.
Sorry, yeah, you foxed me with saying advances.
I didn't know what it stood for. Yeah.
It's where the experience on the character has been spent in character creation.
Never mind then. Perfect. Okay, moving on.
So yes, everyone, have you rolled your cool check?
Yeah.
How many success levels have you got?
I managed to succeed by 1.
Okay.
Same.
And let me just check the so it's a largish horse. So let me just check with the fear rating. I think its fear rating is at least creatures cause supernatural fear with a rating equal to that. Let me just check. I think its fear rating is. Let me just check. Frightening 1. So yeah, so long as you've got one success level, you'll pass. However, if you're the dwarf or the halfling, you need to get an extra success level because you're little, and it's big.
Ooh.
I got 3.
So
just
those of you that have got enough, which is definitely the dwarf is not shitting himself, but you're gonna hide anyway. Theo will want to hide.
Yeah,
is
Theo was
sweating.
wanting to hide.
And Anders and Taltha, how did you do?
33 out of 35, so 1.
So you pass, but it's not enough for a success level because it's the
Okay.
difference between the tens units. And
Got it.
Sater, how did Taltha do?
15 out of 36. So
Oh wow,
2.
okay.
two levels.
You're not scared witless by this, but are you all just choosing screw this? We're gonna hide.
Well, Snorri was actually going to face it down.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, because why not? It's a one shot. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So if those of you that wish to hide, hide. As for the dwarf, the horseman, as it's heading towards you, as you stand in its way, actually starts to slow down, and the horse rears up before you, and he just kind of, for a moment, it's almost as if this headless horseman is staring at you, though it lacks a head. No, and then you hear reverberating from deep within the armor, as if it was talking through like some, in some echoey chamber, or some speaking into some like horn. You hear the following: "No cursed eye marked out in ink. You are no friend of theirs, I think." And the horse rears up again, circles around a bit, and he makes it go around you, unless you want to try and stop it.
I mean, no, not particularly. He would look perplexed, and I'm sorry. What did he just say?
So I'll just repeat for clarity. He said,
Yeah.
"No cursed eye marked out in ink. You are no friend of theirs, I think."
So I think Snorri would just turn and be like, "And what the heck does that mean?" And he'd turn around and be like, "What eye? You're not behaving like any spirit I ever heard of."
As the horseman kind of moves around, starts riding around you, he circles a bit. Hands and gloves, show me your hands, dwarf."
He doesn't particularly care, so yeah, he'll pull off the glove, show his hand, not letting go of his sword.
And the other.
Tosses the sword to the other hand, takes off the glove.
"Yes, no friend of theirs, I think."
Who's theirs?
"Theirs are those I seek revenge. Theirs are those that I shall get Uta's revenge." And with that, he rides off.
Well, I think you can come out now.
Well, I was right.
As the horseman rides off,
I told you.
and as you're stood there, maybe a little dumbfounded, you suddenly hear a blood-curdling scream from Goswin. And it's not that far away.
I think we're gonna need a new lawyer. Or sorry, what's the term for it? Not lawyer.
Litigant.
Litigant?
Litigant, yes.
Litigant.
Storyteller, did he have like coins in him? Did he have things in him?
Who? Goswin?
Godsman.
Oh yeah, Goswin has rings, fine rings, had a very fine furry robe, nice clothes. Yeah, you could pilfer some things off him, obviously, if you want to do that. But what do you want to do? You've heard this blood-curdling scream. You're stood, hiding behind trees, those of you that were fearful, in the dark of the woods with various creatures hooting around you, though it has gone surprisingly quite quiet. And the dwarf has just faced down and had a weird conversation with a rhyming headless Dullahan.
I think Snorri is probably shaking now. And he's like putting his sword away. Just like
Oh,
With that last scream, Theo pokes his head around. Is just, do you think Master Goswin is all right?
Hey, might be.
I think we should check.
Yes. You first.
Yeah. Dwarf, you first.
I'll go first.
Oi.
I'm sorry. I just faced down a strange spirit that rhymed at me, and you expect me to now lead the way again. Get out the hiding.
They are
Why?
very, very nervously. It starts creeping forwards.
Well, clearly we don't have anything to fear from it, but we should probably head back to the road if we want to be safe. But then again, I don't.
I'll hit my head against a tree and go like, yeah, we should get out of the forest. I can't see anything. But we must see if our litigant is all right. I think it is
We
our
should at
duty
least
to-
drag him back to the road so somebody can bury him.
Yeah. It's unlucky to keep a corpse unburied.
It's
Very
also a
unlucky.
fool's errand to go poking around in the dark woods at night where mutants and monsters might be lurking, waiting to eat us.
Tell you what,
That's-
Isn't any scarier than the sewers?
I've a little experience of the woods. You don't find herbs anywhere else, you know. So I could take a look and see, and if he's all right, we call him back, and if he's not, we go back to the road.
Mr. Dwarf, are you scared of trees?
No.
Here,
What
here,
makes you think that?
I'll hand you the dog and go, look, he likes sticks. He'll keep you safe.
You hand me your. I'm sorry. You hand me this terrier,
Yes.
and is it also a strange color that it might not have originally been?
I think this one cleans itself.
Okay. Self-cleaning.
Or at
It
least
mostly
rolls around
smells
in
better than the
puddles.
rat catcher, the dog.
You're like,
That's not a high standard. I would say that it would be safe to at least see if there is something that we could glance from the body, from our very alive litigant, because apparently this spirit was after him, and it did speak in riddles, which I don't particularly like. I don't like literate people, or whatever how you say that word.
well, I say if you're all intent on finding out, then I'm not going back to the road alone. Let's go.
Right, you pick your way forward. Obviously, you know the direction to go because it's quiet
Screaming.
with the snow. You're traipsing through snow in the woods, and you can see, again, barely illuminated by the moonlight above. You can watch as the horseman has dismounted and has taken up and put onto the, hanging from the saddle. You can just about make out Goswin's fearful rictus face now hanging from the saddlebags of the horse. And the horseman has also removed a hand from the litigant. Everyone can make a perception roll. You can get like a +10 on this because it's very quiet. Like,
So
there's
it's
no
+10
noise.
for night vision or no?
No, not for the night vision. This is just for
Okay.
listening.
I got 70, so I fail by 3 degrees.
Yeah.
Failed by a
See-
degree.
Same.
Anyone else succeed?
Nope.
No.
I'm
success.
Failed by
observant
6
bunch.
degrees.
Everyone failed. Right. Okay. Fine.
There
Great.
was snow in my eyes.
I got
you-
distracted.
And in my ears.
The horseman takes the sliced off right hand and taking the head already, mounts back up on the horse and gallops off into the darkness of the forest.
Theo throws up.
Yeah, there's a lot of blood.
Yeah, Theo, just behind a tree, throwing up.
I am checking the body for clues.
I wanted to-
Okay, yeah, you can make a. I think the appropriate skill would be an investigation roll. I think we have investigation. It'll be perception. Yeah.
Alright. See if I roll.
Think while Anders is poking around, he goes, "Well, I think I know why I took the hand.
Why's that?
He wanted me to
Very.
he wanted me to show it my hands. He said something about a black eye, an eye marked
Oh,
in ink.
Yes, no cursed eye marked out in ink. Yes. Did did we notice if Gosman was wearing gloves at all, or if he had anything like that?
He wasn't wearing gloves, but he did have a lot of rings on his fingers. So maybe he had something. Maybe he didn't.
Maybe our resident not a thief would have been looking at his hands.
The
more
resident
closely.
thief is mostly going over the remaining hand and removing some rather expensive rings at this moment.
No, what? No, I'm investigating. It's something in his hands. Yeah. Don't mind my pockets. I got a 7, so I
Okay.
won by 2.
So on Goswin, obviously it's plenty of fine rings. His book of lore. He also has on his person a silver dagger. Useful.
Ooh. I'm pocketing
You
that.
can also, given the thief is doing this, we'll assume the thief pockets. Basically, you pocket. Roll 2d10 and add it together.
15.
15. Yeah, you find 15 silver shillings in a pouch that you pocket. You've mostly got at least two or three gold crowns worth of jewelry now on you.
Amazing.
And then also he's got obviously in a sling bag he will have his books of law to refer to for his business of being a barrister, a litigant. But that's everything. Obviously, you know, there is blood seeping from the stump of his neck into the snow, and with the horseman gone, and as you're doing this, and as you're investigating the body and looking it over, maybe also wondering whether you're going to take the fur trimmed cloak, though that is rather bloodstained now. The creatures of the night begin to howl and bray and hoot once more. There is the howl of wolves, and they are maybe being drawn by the smell of a fresh kill.
We should be going.
The wolves will take care of this.
Also, it's bloody cold where you are, and you are not in a carriage anymore, and the snow is lightly coming down.
How far from our destination were we initially?
You are at this point. I think it could be safe to be said that you are maybe half an hour on foot getting to Hallt.
Before we lose any more, or before we become more colder, we should be going. Head to the town. We can come back by light of day if we want to search for anything else.
And
Okay.
what do you want to do with Goswin's body? Do you want to bring it with you?
No.
Because if you leave it there, it will be mostly feast for the animals.
I think actually, so would there be any particular? I mean, you know, it is kind of Middle Ages-ish. Is there any particular body part, either thumb or finger or something, maybe the whole other hand, that would account as like evidence of some sort of his demise? Or
Not really. No.
yeah, okay. I didn't think so, but I figured I'd check.
We could
I
bring his
mean,
books.
I think if anyone's got any form of outdoor survival,
Yeah.
it would be pretty simple for you to perhaps put together some sort of
Litter?
stretcher, like a makeshift stretcher, and have the body placed on that, and you could then just drag between the lot of you, drag it along back to the road, and you know it wouldn't weigh too much.
I just have
Yes,
a base characteristic.
I do. I can help us put that together. Find some of the branches that we need.
Excellent.
Does anyone have a match or something? I wanted to make like a makeshift torch just in case wolves get by.
Don't have anything of that sort, I'm afraid.
I think with outdoor survival, it's possible you might be able to pick up 2. You might be able to find some appropriate stones to use, and find something
Yeah.
maybe dry enough that can act as kindling. Or you could also use maybe perhaps use that cloak of Goswin's and wrap it around a tree, a branch or something, and use that and light that.
I'm just thinking here. It will take us quite some time to put that together. If we're going, and even longer to take the body. If time is of the essence at this point, if there's wolves coming, and it's going to be far easier to see once we leave the forest itself with the full moons. So if we just get back to the road, if those without night vision can place their hands on our shoulders or something, and we'll guide the way, and maybe that way we can get to safety quickest.
All right.
Easier to start a fire with stuff from the carriage too.
Fair enough. Let's go then.
Yeah, no, we need to get out of here. I don't want to get eaten by wolves.
Same.
I think it's likely, doing a little bit of back and forth. You can get things together. You can recover Goswin's body. He didn't run that far into the woods. He is rather unhealthy. He just legged it as quickly as he could, possibly a little bit of a circle as well, losing direction in the woods. But I think we can safely assume you're able to recover his body and drag it on some sort of lashed together stretcher and head down towards the town of Hallt, which of course has large stone walls to keep out, brigands and other creatures that might attack. And of course, as you go down into Hallt, you can see in the darkness there is a windmill. There is a stream, a stream that goes by that powers the other mills in the town. There are packed, large fields with scarecrows in them, and some of these scarecrows are topped with pumpkins to make cruel faces to scare away the crows and other vermin. And of course, the fields themselves are filled with a bountiful harvest of pumpkins as well. Though some are also filled with nothing but sheep. There is plenty of sheep out in the darkness that you can hear bleating away. Meh. And you get the way down as you approach the town. Outside, holding torches, holding lanterns, awaiting you are members of the town watch.
Before we fully approach the gate, I want to do something. So continue.
As they see you approaching, and some of them are horrified as they realise that with you on a stretcher is a decapitated corpse. Leading the watch is a large burly woman with heavy set, has a large club, a woolskin cap, and from within the gloom and obviously lit by the orangey light from her lantern, you can tell that she wears the livery of the Reichland State Army. Who goes there? Who goes there?
Theodosius Brandy Snap at your service. These are my compatriots. We've had something of an encounter.
We heard a scream out in the night. We heard someone said they heard a crash. What happened? Who is this?
He's just someone who got over enthusiastic about a headache cure. What do you think?
She looks over the body. This man, decapitated just like the others I've heard of. There have been a series of murders like this. Was he with you travelling?
Until he ran off into the woods like a fool.
And what of the coach? We were expecting a coach to arrive. Smashed. And the driver?
Very dead.
Also smashed. Like a bowl of eggs.
She waves to some of the watch. Go back up the road. Recover. The man should be buried appropriately. Recover what you can. There were some goods on the coach we were expecting. Papers, money, equipment, things. Who is this man? Who is this? Who is this the body of?
Goswin, he was a litigant.
Goswin Sampter. By Sigma. Who would kill him? Who did kill him?
Well-
Who did do this?
Would you believe me if I said it was? You said it's a Dullahan. Is the correct word, right?
Yeah.
Dullahan. Yeah. Would you believe me if I said it was a Dullahan?
A headless horseman.
Well, he didn't seem a fan of hats, let's put it that way.
The horse had a head.
He had a very big axe.
Yes, it did.
You are sure this is a headless horseman?
Well,
Yeah.
it was dark when I confronted it in the woods, and it ignored me in a great way and went around me and ran off before I could even stop it.
It also spoke in riddles.
As you say, the headless horseman, he explains more. You watch her make the sign of Sigmar, which is the sign of the hammer. There are a few ways, if you're interested in this, there are a few signs of Sigmar. You might see people who are a bit more mystical might do this symbol, which is the twin-tailed comet over the eye. That's the sign of the comet, not the hammer of Sigmar. Typically, the hammer of Sigmar symbol is doing left to right over your chest like this, and then from the point here at the top of your chest down to your navel, that is a hammer. So kind of like a cross, but without the top bit. The other way that you'll see priests sometimes do is they'll bring both their hands together like this in front of their chest to make the symbol of the hammer. But she just crosses herself in Sigmar's name. Bring the body.
Apropos.
You need to rest. The watchman will take the body. We'll keep it in the temple of Sigmar for keeping it clean, keeping it secure. The last thing we need is, if legends to be true, it's rising from the dead as another spirit or another Dullahan. Though, looking at him, this portly fellow would make a poor Dullahan.
I'm sorry, was that gallows humor?
Come with me. I will. We'll take you. We'll take you to the inn. You need some warmth, some food. We can
Well,
discuss these matters. We can discuss these matters further. Yes. We'll get something fine. There are some fine digestives brewed here, which will warm you up. Get on with it, men. Take the body away. Come with me. And she leads you through the gates of the town, into the town itself, which is typical for a town in the Empire. You know, tiled roofs. There are the lower portion of the houses are stone. The upper portions are wood and plaster. Exposed timbers. She explains that there are tales of attacks similar around Hallt, from Hallt all the way to Melefelden, and that there are tales of this creature being maybe of flesh, maybe of the undead, maybe a spirit, maybe a strange spirit of the forests, or maybe something far more demonic. And she takes you to the Calm Toad. The Calm Toad is simply that, an inn which outside has a sign hanging, creaking in the night and on this sign is exactly that, a toad sat at a table snoring with a tankard of ale in hand. And inside it is warm and inviting. There are many tables, a roaring fire, antlers and stuffed animal heads hanging from the walls. And there's a collection of townsfolk inside nursing warm ales that are brewed with spices, and there are mulled wines also being decanted. There are cheers erupting from one end of the room as they're playing some sort of game of quoits, and which is basically a game where you take a small ring that you throw and try and get it over a wooden peg. There are others playing some other games. Maybe they're playing some cards or something like that. There's an expansive landlady. Her name is Gerwin Brotsman. That's who you're introduced. You're introduced that this is Gerwin, who is ladling mulled beer into tankards and from a steaming pot that rests over a stove. And she's all smiles with her dirty apron as she mops up a table. She clears some space for you to take a seat, for yourselves and for Bertil, who also sits, taking off her hat and accepting a rather large tankard of ale. So if at this point you're beginning to feel quite refreshed. So who's drinking what? Who's drinking mulled wine? Who's drinking ale? Do you want something to eat? You may want to take your boots off. They're mostly quite dirty. Things like that.
Theo is going to try and get 5 plates of food and two tankards of ale and bring them over to the table. And then just set them down and go, do any of you want anything?
Hey, the landlady is very happy to see you, obviously eating heartily her food. She's all smiles as she puts down the plates. Anyone else?
Oh, yeah, certainly. Snorri would be removing some of the outerwear, hats, things like that, hanging it up if there's a place to, or just on the back of the chair.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Kick off the boots. Definitely going to be getting a plate of food. And, he's going to sample any beverage that they have. In fact, all of them.
Excellent.
So.
Right. I think you'll be sampling the strongest equivalent. They mostly have an equivalent to a fortified herbal liqueur. It's basically kind of a Jägermeister at this point.
I was going to say, is this Jägermeister of the Warhammer world?
Yeah.
Are we getting real licorice
yeah.
up in here?
And how about the others? How about and obviously this is on the house because you've brought the body and everything, and there are
Hooray, a corpse.
there are pressing concerns about a headless horseman. So what about the others? Are you tucking into some hearty food and drinking?
A hot food and a hot drink sounds pretty good. And maybe see about getting something for the dog.
Yeah, the dog has got some leftovers brought for it that it's tucking into.
I'll grab a glass of that mulled wine, and I'll
Excellent.
kind of be sitting and mostly looking at the people who are playing, but kind of just sitting around and watching the area with the mud wine.
I think
Right.
that Snorri would say to Anders over this whole situation, "Oh, it's a fine thing that these people are so hospitable, and we don't need that money you pocketed."
What? Sorry, my friend. There's some crows chirping around. I didn't hear you.
Oh yeah, of course. Don't worry about it.
So now is a good point to use one of the most important skills in the entire game of Warhammer Fantasy, which is, of course, consume alcohol. So you basically need to do a consume alcohol test, and if you fail, you'll get a -10 penalty on weapon skill, ballistic skill, agility, dexterity, and intelligence, to a maximum of -30 per characteristic. If you fail a number of tests equal to your toughness bonus, you are stinking drunk. So the question is, how much are you drinking?
I've got 2 pints with me right now.
You've got 2 pints. What's your toughness?
Let's see.
Your
My
toughness bonus
toughness
is
is
the tens unit
33.
of your toughness, so it's
Yeah,
3.
3.
Okay. Everyone else, it's a question of how drunk you want to get. And obviously, drinking will be useful for conversing with the other patrons, because how else are you going to, get involved with conversations unless you are also buying drinks and looking like you're one of the townsfolk?
Yeah, certainly. So I mean, Snorri would certainly be drinking. So the toughness value, is that or the tens of the toughness value, is that how many drinks you can consume before you're required to make a check?
After you
I'm
fail
just
a number of
confused.
toughness equal to your toughness bonus.
Okay. Still confused, but I'll continue either way. So I think that that Snorri, not seeing a necessary end, or not seeing a necessary reason to not, would probably be pounding back probably like 4 drinks over the course of the evening.
Okay, so let's do that. So everyone can basically pass a number of toughness tests. Try and pass a number of toughness tests equal to the number of drinks you want to consume. Okay.
The consume
so
alcohol
one-
skill.
Can I just say I'm stinking drunk?
Already, yeah. So consume. It's the consume alcohol skill.
Okay.
He's had
Yeah,
the
'cause-
shandy.
I have advances in that, so.
Yeah.
So, sorry, just to reiterate, is it 1 test per drink you have?
It is 1 test per drink.
Okay.
What happens if you get an impressive success?
If you get an impressive success, you will be. You just drink it and don't care.
Okay,
fine.
fair enough. Yeah, that's the first drink for him because
Okay.
I rolled 3.
So who's passed their first tests?
I rolled a 93.
Oh, okay. So you
Oh.
failed your first test. So you're taking penalties. Okay. So what do you want to? So you've got Bertil there. She's also drinking. What do you want to talk to her about?
Well, first, Theo actually wants to go and talk to the landlady for a brief second.
Oh yeah. Okay. You can talk to Gerwin.
Yeah, he goes up to Gerwin. No, down here.
Oh yes, young squire. Oh, sorry, not young master squire. Sorry, we don't get many people like you. It's a long way from your homelands, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. I was born in these cities.
Oh,
well, you
you
see-
from Outdorf, are you? Ooh.
Yeah. Yes, I haven't been there for some time though. No, I much prefer the open road. Lovely life when there aren't things chasing you. But yes, well, we had rather a harrowing experience tonight, and
I heard. The. She looks around. The Dullahan.
yes, indeed, Esmeralda be praised that we made it safely. But yes, we well, not to disparage your ale at all. It is absolutely wonderful stuff. But I was wondering if you had something with a little bit more, shall we say, bite to it. I'm a herbalist by trade, you know.
Oh, well, we do have some stronger of these. This strong liqueur. It's made here. It's the leftovers they use from the Dankwater Brewery. They fortify it. They do whatever. It's very thick and viscous, and then they leave it for 4 months with various herbs and spices. Apparently, they tell me, but I don't care. They sell it, and people buy it, and they leave happy. And yeah, you can have some of that. I can give you a bottle. We'll charge you. I could charge you for the bottle. That'll be. I bet I should actually check how much a bottle of some of this stuff actually costs if you're willing to buy spirits.
Yeah.
Spirits cost you 2 shillings.
Okay, how much have I actually got here?
You should have some money. You're a herbalist.
I've got 24 copper, so I think.
Oh.
24 copper. That will
Yeah.
be everything.
Yeah, that would be all of it. So
Because we're
he goes,
working in 24 pence to the shilling.
yeah, so that would be all of my money. I'm afraid that's a little rich for my blood. I'm actually more interested in case you have any sort of herbs. I'm not the greatest connoisseur of drink, but if you have any of the before steps.
Oh, I mostly something out back that we keep. We use for seasoning and spices. We use on the lamb. Use on the mutton. You see, the mutton is not so tender, and you use that to spice up the flavour. We have some mint as well and various things. Makes a fine, lovely sauce to go on the side of that.
Any weird root?
Weird root.
Yes. I
I
realised
don't dabble in that type of thing, young sir.
I realised it was something of an elf shot, but
Yes. Enjoy your
I'll-
drinks and foods. If there's anything
I'll
else...
have another. Yeah, sorry, I'll have another ale while I.
Oh,
while I'm here, then.
okay. You can now roll another drinking test.
Yeah. 21. I'm good.
Yep. Okay. Who else wants to chat or talk to anyone or gossip? Even you can gossip with the locals here. There are plenty of locals.
And what's the name of our lovely friend here who escorted us in?
Bertil Lindemann.
So, yeah, Snorri, after a drink, after just probably quaffing the first drink just completely, just like spins the cup across the thing, grabs the second one that he had already grabbed, and then turns and goes, right, so, I got a question for you. Bertel, have you ever run across anything involving a cursed eye? In ink, maybe a tattoo.
A cursed eye. Not that I've seen. I've seen many strange things when I was in the state army. I've faced creatures, orcs mainly, and goblins from the woods and from the mountains, but nothing of a cursed eye.
It's just something that's been bothering me ever since my encounter with the would-be creature.
I note the hand was removed as well as the head.
Well, it's the strangest thing. See, the creature. He just like gestures every time he says it. Creature. He he's removed his gloves and they're just on the table at this point, and he kind of like looks at his broad hands and says, "It wanted to see my hands, and then it took his hand, and that sat wrong with me. It sat something strange. Apparently, out for revenge. But I mean, maybe it's just a imposter taking
There have been
advantage of legend."
a number of similar murders in the area. They
Hands gone?
Some have had their hands removed, some have not. There have been beheadings. It makes me suspect there are a number of headless horsemen, these Dullahan, out there, which makes me feel they are brigands and nothing more.
I'm much more used to dealing with with them, brigands, but also with stately folk. I'm a duelist by trade. Speaking of which, you don't perchance know anyone in town who'd be interested in crossing blades for fun?
This time of year, no. You are the last visitors before the new year comes in, and it is rare to have those of you travel to these parts. You see, we do not have any local, how can we say, officers of the law here. If there are crimes committed or executions to be passed, the town council arranges it and arranges for a person of the law to be sent from Hallt or from further afield.
Pity. That's all right. Appreciate the kindness you offered us tonight after a hard evening.
You can make another drinking test.
I sure will. Beautiful. That's 17, and I have a 42. So yeah.
Excellent.
Why couldn't we have got these rolls when we were in the forest?
Because unimportant rolls are more important.
There you go.
Most of the food that you've been served has been bread and most of the others are drinking bread and cheese. Most of the people in the inn. You've obviously been rewarded to a certain extent, some cured meats and some other cooked food. But everyone else, if they are eating, have only ordered bread and cheese, as if they can't afford much else. Who else wants to talk to Bertil, or do you want to start gossiping with the locals?
I will gossip with the locals. Do I have a penalty to gossip?
No, you're good. You're fine. You need to make a gossip test. You get plus 20 to this.
Yeah.
So your target number is plus 20. You don't succeed.
Nope.
I wanted to try and win some money. and
Okay.
I wanted to make some gambles with the locals.
Right.
I
Okay.
wanted to.
So going back, okay, I'll get to that in a second. So if you fail your gossip test, your alternative is you can buy a drink for someone, and then they will happily chat to you.
I will definitely buy a drink with some. for somebody.
Okay, an ale will cost you 3 pence.
Done.
And you strike up a conversation with someone. One of the local farmers or huntsmen or woodsmen. Hallt is known for basically beer, wood, and sheep.
Northern Ireland.
Yeah. So, you've got some local there, a craggy old farmer. He looks like he's had a hard life, and he's sat there near the warm fire. He's accepts the pint that you give him. Oh, sir, young man, you give me a pint? That's rather kind of you. Ooh. Brr. Cold out there, isn't it? I saw you come in with that ligatant who lost his head. Plenty of people losing their heads around here these days, and well, I don't plan to lose my head anytime soon, unless I'm drinking, in which case I will lose an head, and another, and another. So thank you very good, young sir, for this point. Take a seat. Oh, you've chosen a funny time of the year to come travelling to old Hallt. Morrslieb's looking out, and it seems like Morrslieb has already found someone to take the soul of. Take it away. Oh, Sigmar bless their soul. Sigmar bless your soul too, young squire. What business are you in?
I'm a rat catcher by trade. Hoping to
Ooh.
come out here to find some work.
We don't really have. Oh, well, we would have problems with rats around here, but we've had problems with the grain. We had the grain being spoilt this last harvest, so we don't need no rat catchers because rats ain't got nothing to eat. If you understand what I mean, they're starving too. Which is why everyone's eating bloody bread and cheese right now. We can't afford anything a bit nicer.
That's a shame.
It is a shame. It is a shame.
Decent rat catcher on staff would have prevented that. Helped prevent that.
Well, rat catcher wouldn't stop the food being spoilt. The grain was spoilt not because of rats, but because of something else. Oh, they say it's a bit weird round here. So a Delahan, eh? You've seen a Delahan? Oh, ooh.
Yeah.
Not a good sign. You not much left on the clock for you. I think Morr has it in for you. They say you see a Delahan. They say you dead. They say you dead in a couple of nights' time.
It actually a couple of nights. It left us alone, and went for the litigant.
Oh, strange. Hey, well, I think looks around. I think the Dullahan's the reason why the crops went bad. I think he spread plague and famine with him. He's a servant of the, well, you know who, father of plagues. You got to be careful about him.
Those guys stick together.
Sigmar bless us. Sigmar bless us. Raises a pint. Is there anything else you want to ask him about?
No.
Hey,
I wanted that guy to descend into.
So the rat catcher, sorry, not rat catcher. Our thief is gambling. You can make a gamble test.
Yes. Sigmar bless me.
There's basically a game of dice. There's a game of craps basically taking place somewhere.
19 out of 36. So
okay, yeah, you're fine.
2.
You're fine. You're coming out evens right now. You haven't lost any money, but obviously by laying down a bit of coin, taking part in this communal game of dice, you are able to strike up a conversation with some of the huntsmen who, compared to the farmers round, obviously they're wearing clothes made of furs, of leathers. They have feathers in their hats which are hung up somewhere. They look pretty well put together, and they look like good huntsmen.
Right.
What do you ask them? What are you interested in?
As we're playing between rounds and such, I'll be asking him about the. Just a moment, someone is calling me. God,
The cat of doom appears.
the cat of doom.
Please
I am
hold.
sorry. I'm gonna ask him. So about this, these deaths, fellow. Decapitations were they?
Ah, yes, decapitations. Apparently there were, well, apparently many of them. The work of a headless horseman, but tell me quite a lot of poppycock. Now, though I do know who's died, there's been quite a few. It's killed a dozen folk. Some of them local here, or at least victims were friends of others. Now, two of them I know from these parts. Two local farmers were found dead a couple of months ago. And then there was the fishmonger. You know, we have a good fish, what with the streams. He lost his head. And then we had a visit from this mason. He also lost his head on the road. Yes, I reckon the horseman's got an axe to grind, if you know what I mean. Yes, but that's what I know. There have been some other. I've heard the Dullahan has been at work further afield. A number of people dead at its hands, or at its axe, as it were. So the farmers were killed. There was Hunfried Mouse and Erlental Neuner. They were killed a few weeks ago, and then this mason Harbut, he was killed. He was actually strange. Actually, I'd say that he was killed actually yesterday.
Quite close, huh?
Near to Hallt. He was found on the road south. And then there's this Goswin Samter. Obviously, he's new. He's dead. And the fishmonger was killed last week. It's been quite a series of murders, but of course there have been many other deaths in and around. Now, the mason was killed to the south. He wasn't near Hallt. He was killed on the road to wherever, and then, but the fishmonger, I think he was on the road back to Alhart with his last harvest, his catch to trade, and should have been coming back on the carriage with you even.
Never heard him.
Yes, exactly. Because he lost his head on the way to Alhart. He never even got a chance to come back. Yes. Obviously a cry of, success or commiserations as the dice clatter across a table again. Curses are said. Praise to Sigmar as someone, snatches up their coin they've just won. Now, as for the horseman, I suspect bandits. Simply bandits. Though someone with an axe to grind. I mean, a mason, a fishmonger, suggests there's money involved.
From what we see, he doesn't seem to be interested in money. Our good friend Goslin, who was the last one to be axed, he just took his head. Didn't take any money with him. Do you happen to have any local lumberjacks or something around here?
Oh, there are plenty of woodsmen and lumberers around here.
Your guard doesn't seem to be very skilled, or at least not highly enough. The man had a horse, he had an armor, and a very big axe with him. Is anyone here rich enough to own a horse and a pair of good armor?
The only people that would obviously own such a fine steed, a war horse especially, from the descriptions of a Dullahan, would be someone that used to work in the military, or the only other person I suspect that has such that can afford anything similar would be the local town, the local reeve. The reeve is Elva Felgiebel. She essentially, you can see her as one of the aldermen of the town. She looks after to taking the taxes and dealing with the books and business of the town. Her husband before was in charge of the role, but after his death, she took it upon herself to fulfill that role. In fact, she might well come here. She normally, towards the end of an evening, makes her way to this inn just to see what business is going on. So perhaps you should speak to her.
Right. You said her husband died.
Yes,
What did he die
Gunther.
of?
He died of I think he died of if I remember, it was a year, maybe 2 years ago. Yes, something like that. A couple of years ago, he died of a heart condition. Let's just say, Gunther was a lucky man. He married a fine woman who was much younger than him.
I see. Of course. Last thing before we end, because I have lost too much money already. Since when did these murders start happening?
Oh, these murders been, as far as I'm aware, have been taking place over the last few months. I would say they've become more frequent though with the arrival of, and he looks around, of the holiday of Hexensnacht.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, friend. And also,
You have to make a drinking roll.
yeah. Oh, yeah. My drinking roll. Oh no. I'll put a. Oh, not that's a very large. -5.
Okay, so how many drinking rolls have you failed now?
This is my first one.
This is your first one you
I
failed.
succeeded.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, you're okay. You've only lost on one so far. Right. Anyone else want to speak to anyone else? And again, you
Yeah.
have to make another drinking roll as a result to talk to more people.
I was thinking I'd go over and join the people around that game. What was it? The hoop throwing gambling
The
game?
quoits, yes. You can make a gossip roll then with a +20 on it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, just check my stat for it. Where's it gone? That's there. Ooh. Oh no. I managed to get 70 again, and my gossip with the +20 is 62.
Oh, you're gonna have to buy another fork out for another drink for someone.
Happy to do that.
That's another 3 pence. Another fine ale is bought for someone as you're playing the game of quoits.
I'll actually come up with two pints of ale.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Come take part. Excellent. Get that.
Yes,
That'll
excellent.
warm us up. Right.
Quoits?
Quoits, yeah.
dab hand in my
So,
youth.
hold on. Someone bring us a stool for the halfling here. It's not fair otherwise. The table's a bit high. We want to make it a fair thing. You got to chuck this hoop over that there peg.
Over that bed, I think I can manage that. I think I can give that a shot. Of course, yes, definitely get me a stool. Otherwise, it would be so much unfair. But make sure it's a two-legged stool. Otherwise, it'll be too unfair on you all.
Oh, yes. Good on you. So, you like your beer, I can see.
Well, I'm partial, you know. Some stereotypes have some justification. I am very partial to the finer things in life, although I see you're rather all a little worse for wear, food-wise here. Things are looking fine.
Yes. There's been harvest was spoiled. That spoiled grain has had some impact on the local brewery, the Dankwater Brewery. They're blaming it on the folks up at Greymount's River Ale. They're a firm rival for providing ale to all the way to Altdorf, you see. But, you know, at this rate, there's going to be literal fights between farmers and brewers. Though, if you want to talk beer and talk ale, over there, that fellow there, and he points at a man who's quite large. Bears the badge of the Brewers Guild. He's singing and drinking and talking raucously and rudely. He's got dirty brown hair and that's in need of a cut, and it's greying at the ends. That there is Markov Bachmeier. He's a travelling salesman of a sort. He buys ale in large volumes from here to take to the other ends of the Reichland. He's a good laugh. He's though I mean he's making a good deal of it. He knew some of the people that apparently died at the hands of the Dullahan. You see, he knew old man Mouse, and he knew the other one. What's his name? I can never remember them. But yeah, Bachmeier knew them quite well. Obviously, buying the grain directly from them and other cereals, other hops, you know, for brewing. But he seems to be trying to keep good spirits. Yes. You'll have plenty of chance to talk to him. He doesn't live local here. He stays at this inn frequently. Comes in every month or so. Always seems to be complaining about the ale here, yet still buys it in large quantities to sell here and there and everywhere.
Well, then it can't. I suppose such is the way with merchants, isn't it? Complain more to try and drive the price down, while secretly drinking as much as you can.
Yes, exactly. Well.
Thank you very much.
You apparently came face to face with a Dullahan, they say.
Well, face to vaguely missing space above the. He wasn't much of a looker. Yes, I'm afraid we
Not
did.
much of a looker. Yes, indeed. Now, strange, you say he definitely had no head?
Oh, it's hard to miss that detail. You know, he was a 6 foot tall man with the stature of a 5 foot tall man.
Yes. Well, I have my suspicions. Some say he's a spirit, but I think not quite a spirit. I think he's undead. I think actually more than that. You see, we're close to the Grey Mountains, and not far from here. Have you ever heard of the castle, Drachenfels?
No.
Rumour has it, a great enchanter, the enchanter himself, lives there. I think maybe the enchanter has brought this armour to life. Animated! Imagine that! Not dead, not alive, but like a... what's the word? A golem!
A golem? That's quite a...
Feat of magic.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting theory.
But I've heard from another person, from my cousin, and my cousin talks a lot of nonsense and claptrap. He lives up in Hallt. He says that the legend is the Dullahan is the ghost of a dead executioner.
Well,
Brought back from the dead for the crime of killing a noble-born woman. And now, cursed, is killing anyone he thinks might be in love with her too.
Now you mention it, he did. I think I caught. He said something.
Shush! Hold on. He looks over and he points as the door creaks open to the inn, and walking in is a striking woman. Has a thin face, functional fitting, regal garb, her badge of office and a wide brim hat with a peacock's feather in it and with a silver pin keeping it in place. Her hair is russet and has an angular nose, her chin held high. She looks around and walks up to the landlady. The Reeve. Felgiebel, surely keeping us in check, it seems. Possibly also looking for those of us that still owe her rent. Huh. She also owns a local brewery. You've not been. I see you've been drinking this Jaeger.
Well, I'm a little short on funds. Starts turning all his pockets inside out.
Well, I saw you were given at least a shot of it when you came in, when you had to warm you up. Felgiebel makes it. Felgiebel's finest fermentations, she calls it. She owns that along with everything else almost in this town. Though, yes, I shouldn't speak too ill of her. Anyway, you were saying...
I'm afraid all the ghost stories rather drove it out of my mind.
Did you, have you made your consume alcohol test?
No, not yet. I'll
Go
do that
for
now.
it!
Oh, fuck. 91.
Oh, well, yeah, you're a bit more pissed now. How many of those
Yeah.
have you failed now?
That's the first one.
Oh, okay, you're alright. And we will cut to our dwarf. We'll cut back to Snorri. What is Snorri up to?
So I think that he's probably just been kind of sitting and watching everyone a bit. But when the door swings open and this, she seems severe.
Oh
when I
yeah,
just
she
walked
looks
in.
pompous as all hell.
Snorri goes, right, that's probably my cue. And he's going to approach her.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just be polite, do the etiquette thing, you know, whatever bow might be necessary if that's what they would do. I'm not really sure about the etiquette. A bow goes, I was unaware that finer company would be joining us tonight.
Yes, well met, Master Dwarf. Well met. She presents her hand for you to simply kiss it, I guess.
He does so. He says, Snorri Gunderson,
I am
at your service.
Elva Felgiebel. Some not correctly refer to me as Lady Felgiebel, but I do not command such a station within the Reichland as that. But my role is that of Reeve, so Lady will suffice. I hear you are here journeying with poor Goswin.
Certainly in the former, yes.
And he was beheaded. You witnessed this?
Witness is a strong word, but we certainly saw it, yes. I wasn't close enough to make out the grave details, but I did see his head cleaved from his body.
And they also say his hand was removed.
Yeah, strange affair, isn't it?
Very, very strange. Very strange. And where are the rest of your compatriots who are travelling with you? I hear you came with two men and a halfling.
Indeed. And he'll kind of casually turn, gesturing to each, and just say, I think it'd be rude of me to introduce them without them here.
Yes.
That said,
speak to
these
them.
are my companions. I'm gonna go ahead. Something I want to do is I want to try and I don't know, maybe drop a coin or something. You know, just like oops, and I want to look at her hands. Is she wearing gloves?
Yeah, she will be wearing gloves because she's just come in from the cold.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Also, she doesn't want to handle stuff that's dirty.
Right. Of course not. Before they go away, Snorri would be like, "Is there anything I can get for you, lady?"
No, I can pay for my own pleasures and comforts and drinks here. Though let us meet your friends.
Yeah,
I see you pointed out this uncouth urchin over here.
Oh, he's not so bad of a fellow, if you can.
Obviously, she walks with you up to Talther.
Yeah, up to Talther, and be like, indeed, as I understand it, a fine rat catcher.
She snaps her fingers as well and has brought to her a small a wooden platter with some small clay shot glasses on it and a bottle of spirits.
Snapping your fingers is quite difficult. If you're
Well,
wearing
yeah,
silk or leather
she
gloves.
motions for it. I
She's a
mean,
lady of class.
Take off your gloves.
she pours a drink for pours a drink in each of them and offers here, master. Your name is? And she
Talther Rattenfanger, ma'am.
I could tell by the little teeth you keep on your necklace that you are a rat catcher. Yes, it's a shame. Please have a drink. You too, Master Dwarf. You may have heard our harvest of grain was spoilt this last autumn. As a result, for this winter, we have very little need for your services, rat catcher. But I am glad to have seen that you made the journey here, nonetheless, looking for business. Everyone who's drinking currently can now make another consume alcohol roll.
Bollocks.
My new friend over there was telling me about it. It's such
Are
shame.
you steaming drunk now?
I'm 2 down.
Oh, you are 2 down. Oh, you have to roll a d10 now.
A 4.
You're my best mate. Ignore all your existing prejudices and animosities. So you don't care about class or everything. You will be you have no barriers.
I put my arm around her. See my buddy over there by the fire.
I think
Brushes your hand off.
Step between.
It just
just
keeps
be like,
coming back
yes.
on in the course of the conversation. Oh no, we're closed.
I failed
I
my
can't
first roll.
afford to have them cleaned.
Oh my god.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure the dwarf has quaffed his drink quite happily.
Yeah, he drank, and I failed my roll.
She
sadly. My
leans
first
out.
one.
She leans out to you. Can we go talk to your other fellows? I think your friend here is isn't aware of his company properly.
Too true. Of course. And so we'll head on over to I think as a result of that, he's like, okay, which of you after that encounter is the friendliest? And seeing Anders coming away from the finishing up the gambling, he'll probably just like gesture and make a beeline toward Theo. Try and get multiple people in.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are shots of Jaeger, of basically this liquor here for you to drink. Yes, the halfling and this fellow. I am Elver Felgiebel, the reeve of the town.
So they've come over and joined.
Yeah.
Are we all together now?
You're all together near the quoits table.
At that time, Theo was busy trying to teach everybody how to sing John Barleycorn.
Right,
No,
excellent.
to me right, fall a doll, a diddle. Oh, hello. Yes, hello.
You have a fine
Theodosia.
singing voice, Master Halfling.
Well, helps the ale go down, doesn't it? A nice sing-song by the fire.
Maybe you should
Keep the
drink
chill out of the day.
something a little stronger to keep your spirits up.
Oh, would absolutely love to. Well, thank you very much. Quite generous.
And so you are Theo.
Theodosius, if it's my mother. But yes, Theo.
And this here is your friend?
This is Anders. He's very good at what he does. Very, very professional.
And you knew Goswin well?
We travelled with him for, must have been some miles. Nasty cough. He really needed to do something about that.
Yes, well, it seems his sinuses have cleared up.
Yes, I hadn't considered that. There's always a bright side.
Okay, you two can also make drinking tests, consume alcohol tests.
A green joke, my lady.
35. I'm good.
And Anders?
Let's see. Oh, 15. I'm good.
Excellent.
Am I expected to continue drinking at each encounter?
No, that would be insane. Unless you do so because you're a dwarf.
I mean, I was thinking about it.
I think you brought it up. I think you should roll. You've lost track of the night.
And you're like, oh yes, no, of course.
At this point, we should say drink aware, with it being Halloween. But this dwarf does not drink aware. This dwarf believes he has a lead-lined stomach.
Yeah, no, he certainly does. He's not surrounded by his own kin. He thinks he can outdrink everyone.
I think we need a Bugman's poster of just Joseph Bugman says drink responsibly.
Perfect.
Could be the banner.
That would be my second failure.
I'm not gonna be left out. No.
Wow. Okay, so you're going to take another one. If you're going to take... if you fail this test as well...
So I failed 2 tests. My toughness is a 3.
Yeah, you're fine.
I've made 4 tests to start the night though.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point then... yeah, after she's had introductions from you, I'd like to just formally say that your lodgings here have been paid for on my behalf. And I'd like to thank you for obviously recovering Goswin's body. He has worked for me for some time. Obviously, he works in Hallt, and further afield, representing my interests. And that was simply why I came here after I heard his unfortunate demise. If you please enjoy the bottle of this liquor here. And on my behalf, I have other business to attend to. And with that, she gives a small tilt of her hat and walks off, briefly also nodding to Markov, who is also laughing his head off as he's drinking. And she heads out.
Yeah.
Please, you first.
I was just going to say, being a herbalist, do I recognize any of the herbs they might have used in brewing this?
you understand. Yeah, you recognize some of the flavors and that. You're a connoisseur.
Okay.
Are we gonna form some bets around if you're right?
Was there
Sigma foil?
Was there anyone else you wanted to talk to before obviously having to turn in for the night? Because one of you is a complete drunk at this moment.
Anders was looking for something.
I wanted to step aside as the lady is Felgibo is kind of leaving. I wanted to accompany her on the way and say, my lady, if it were possible, I have been working with our good friend Gosling for a while. I had been working with him for a while, and I do still possess his books of law in hand. He had been training me for a while, and I feel like I have acquired a certain proficiency in the area. If I may help you in the same way he helped you in the past, I would be glad to do so. As I understand, you do not have a litigant anymore.
So here's the first question. Can Anders actually read and write?
That was
That is a very good question. If I cannot, I will lie.
Read and write is an actual talent. If you don't have it on your sheet, you cannot.
I do not have it.
Yeah, you can't read and write. She looks at you, and she's seems kind of perplexed. You do understand those books are very complex books of law. I expect if you still have them, I would like to take them off your hands, and look after them. I will consider your gesture and patronage and training, though for my business already I require someone that is already well versed in the law of the land, in the ways of the Empire.
I understand.
I might have other services that you might be able to help me with if I were to understand what other ways you are skilled.
I understand, of course. I helped him by being quite a skillful investigator. If you ever need my services, we could arrange for a meeting, perhaps.
That could be quite useful. if you don't mind, I have other business to attend to, and I'm a very busy woman.
Of course. You have a good night, milady.
So, who does anyone want to talk to anyone else before you all turn in for the night?
I think I'm just. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say just a chance to convene. You know, other than that, that's it.
For me, I was going to try and talk to the ale merchant.
Oh yeah, you go
briefly.
talk to Markov. He's at the bar. He's drinking away. He's also, he's got his, he's got bags with scrolls in them. They're his recipes. He's got a very large frothy tankard of ale, and he's just laughing, cackling. Oh, could you imagine? He looked like a dog. A dog. Anyway, I've got another joke. Tell me now, if an elf, and an orc, and no, not an halfling, but an halfling. Oh, hello, Master Halfling.
Please do go on. I haven't heard this one.
Oh no, I can't remember it.
Yeah.
How you doing?
It's a funny thing. Whenever people are telling jokes and a halfling gets mentioned, and then they see me, suddenly they stop. But yes,
one wishes not to be rude of halflings.
Yeah. Well, I came over because I've been told that you're the person to ask about ale in these vicinities.
Yes, well, I know what is good and what is swill, and he looks over at the barley. A lot of what here is swill, and she tells him off for being cheeky.
And yet you seem to be enjoying it quite readily.
Keeps you warm, keeps you drunk.
Well, that it does. Please enjoy one on my behalf there.
And you're gonna have to make another drink test, aren't you?
Yeah. Grand 16 or 19. Absolutely
Wow.
fine. That is 4 tests. I've only failed once. Fortunately, it must have been in half pints for the whole night.
I hear you travelled here with old this litigant that passed away, beheaded, they say.
Yes, and quite unfortunate. It was a rather harrowing event. He was busy telling us ghost stories 1 minute. Then I look out of the coach window. The next minute, bang! Horrible Dullahan stealing his head. Awful. You haven't seen anything like that yourself. I suppose you travel these roads quite a bit.
I've heard tales of the Dullahan. I've heard tales of everything. I've heard tales that would make your mother's toes curl.
They were already quite curly.
Yes. I don't know. There's rumours of many killing here, left and right. Just bandits, they say, or ghosts. I don't know. What they do say is we should be safe in the town. They say he is unable to enter the walls of the town, for they are made of stone. But not any old stone. You see, round these parts, back in the olden times, before the time of Sigmar, there was an older faith. And you might have seen them as you've been on the roads. You see sometimes overgrown, there are stone circles in the farmlands, or dolems, as they are called. Some of these have been worn down over the years, chiselled away by farmers, make their own homes. Well, they say those stones have power, and those stones are in the walls round here. And it is the old faith that keeps the demons at bay. So I think we are safe here, because the horse, that demon horse of the Dullahan, cannot, and the Dullahan himself, cannot cross the walls into the town. But then also they say the Dullahan cannot cross running water. I hear that, and I think that's a lot of old horse shit, because that sounds like vampires to me. And we are near Drachenfels, and I hear legends of vampires as well.
I did hear of Drachenfels.
But vampires is a load of crap as well. I ain't heard of vampires in centuries.
Oh, well, that's quite a relief. one other thing, I did hear there's been some grievances between two local breweries, and that's rather
Oh,
affecting.
Dankwater and Grey Mountains. Yeah.
Yeah,
Load of old piss it is.
yeah, nothing to be
Both make a load
concern
of
there.
old piss. That's what it's like.
Oh, I see. Oh, very droll.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone, as you're doing all this, I'm going to allow you to make You can make some perception tests because obviously you've been talking to a lot of people. You might have spotted something or not. Because the whole reason you're talking to people is not only to gain information, but also, I'm sure, after your encounter with the rhyming horseman, you're interested in what's on people's hands. So you can all make a difficult, so that's -10 on your perception test. So it's your target number is 10 less. And if you are drunk, you will get a further -10. So yeah, sorry Ben, you're at -20 on this test. You're not
Seven or
going to
less,
notice
let's do it.
shit.
I got 73 again.
Guess what I got?
What?
I failed very badly.
Failed very badly. You mostly were looking too closely at someone's hand, and then mostly got slapped around the face because you got too close to someone's wife.
You were doing one of these.
We
Just,
were friends.
Seiso, how'd you do?
I rolled a 9.
Wow. Okay.
Rolling really well.
Obviously, as this conversation is going, you're also near Bachmeier, and you realise on the little finger of his right hand, the right hand being the hand removed of Goswin, he has a ring covering it, and it's a rather big, gaudy ring. And while chatting, Bachmeier does seem to always be keep on adjusting it, keeping it in place.
I also got a 5. So my perception is adjusted is 31.
Okay.
Okay.
So
This fellow that you mentioned was the
brewer.
was the brewer. Okay.
And the brewer apparently knew one or two of the victims, the farmers.
All right.
So that's something to bear in mind. You could always question whether he knew any of the other victims.
Okay.
But I'll leave that up to you if you want to pursue that, or if you wish to finish all your questioning and drinking and retire for the evening.
I'll shoot Snorri a look and kind of point at the brewer and kind of like shake my elbows like, is it worth it?
Snorri's just like, and he's gonna approach me and say, I overheard you talking to my good friend here. Name's Snorri Gunderson.
Snorri Gunderson. Oh. You must know your ales then, and you must think all of this is piss to drink, right?
He smiles and goes, well, I try to keep my opinions of people's local drinks and foods to myself and just enjoy what hospitality I get.
Bachmeier raises his voice. I tell you, this is nothing but water that we're drinking. Water.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. Hey, I got a question for you. That's a fine ring you got there. Where'd you get that? I'm not looking to get something like that
I've
myself.
had that for a few years now. Picked up in Ubersreich. Been travelling down south there. Made a fine sale of ales, and I thought I'd pick up a ring, a gift, you see, to a lover. Turns out when I got back up here, she'd already found a new lover, so I kept it for myself.
No, that's a right pity. Sorry to hear that, friend.
Well, women be like that.
I'll pop in with like the bottle of the strong stuff that the landlady was trying to sell the halfling.
Yeah.
And I'll deduce the shillings from my thing. I'll kind of pop it on the table in front of the dwarf, and I'll say, Master Dwarf, here's the drink you ordered. You're the brewer, right? Please, do enjoy. This is a
thank
gift.
you. I'll have some of that. Thank you very much.
and I'll kind
I'm
of
gonna
pat
have
the
to roll
dwarf.
consume alcohol for Buckmeyer, which he promptly fails. He's not steaming drunk though yet.
Fair enough. I think Snorri will take a drink as well.
Drinking. Get him
And
drunk.
I succeeded, but not by by any margin.
That's
It was
fine.
just okay. And he's gonna hold up the glass and go, to making the best of changed opportunities.
Indeed, well said, Master Dwarf. Well said. And he necks it back, obviously.
Right. He goes, so, if you don't mind me saying, I haven't spotted anyone around here except maybe a couple who, well, interest. Who up here? Is she still around?
Who's here?
The lady you were talking about.
Which lady?
You said you had someone.
Oh,
You got the
oh, oh,
rings
no,
for.
she left years ago. I don't live here. She lives out in Hallt.
Ah, fair. It's just a strange thing. You know, did you know Goswin well?
Goswin.
It was the
Oh, I knew him in passing. You see, when you travel like I do and travel like he do, you sometimes share the odd coach together. So we've had dealings. Goswin and his friends, part of when he's here with others, he's part of like, because he's a lawyer, litigant knows the law. He forms a bit of a council here, for business purposes, to ensure the benefits of business for the people of Hallt.
so you done business with him.
Oh, in passing, he may well have helped me write a very good trade deal with those bastards down in Ubersreich.
Well, he was a right sour man, but good fellow at his job at least, eh?
Yeah. Right,
well,
you
I
can
think
make. Everyone can make now a cool check with a -10.
See here. Cool, yes?
I
Yep.
got a 20 out of 29.
I got 31 and my normal check is 32, so I just fail it by 1.
Okay, so if you succeed, Markov's not. He seems to be not telling the whole truth. He seems to be holding something back, and he's fidgeting with the ring on his finger.
No, I got a strange hunch. So, dark tale, but we were there when Goswin, well, left this world.
I heard that you were there when he got his head chopped clean off.
True enough. Yeah, his head was removed. The strangest thing to me, though, was that Dullahan took his hand as well.
Took his hand. I've heard this. I've heard this with some of the victims. They've lost their hands and their heads. And with that, obviously, you watching Buckmeyer seems also holds his wrist, the wrist on his right hand, and seems to like hold it as if worried his hand could easily come clean off.
Right, and he's gonna say, and the funny thing is, I had the opportunity to speak to the Dullahan. I stood
You don't
there.
say.
Oh, I tell you, I stood there in the woods.
You talk nonsense. This is you. You spoke to the Dullahan.
No, this is the truth. Listen, I stood there in the dark of the woods, dead quiet all around me, stared it in the eyes, and said, "Oi, what are you doing?" He asked me to show me my hands. I had nothing to hide, so I did. And he said the strangest thing, and I say he just had the cadence. It felt echoey and deep, like
Bit hard
like
to tell
someone with a
gender when
deep
you ain't got
chest.
no head.
Oh, right. Too true. But he said the strangest thing to me. What did he say? And he's gonna look to Theo, because Theo, you quoted it before, and what was the exact words he said? You were listening, Otter. I was shaking in my boots.
Yes, well, the exact wording was a dead. Oh, no, sorry. No cursed eye marked out in ink. You are no close friend of them, I think. Then something, scansion rhyming. I didn't catch the other part. I was.
Too terrified. I wouldn't blame you. Ink, you say? An eye.
Yeah, and
Curious.
I've been, keeping an eye out for that kind of thing, because, well, I don't want nobody marking me with any kind of.
Sounds like
with
a
an eye.
curse or some magic. Maybe, just maybe the victims are marked for death and they don't know it.
I was wondering the same thing, but I didn't want to say it.
A curse?
Is there something? I'm going to be quite forward with you. Is there something you're not telling me? Because I saw you fidgeting with that ring.
Oh,
And-
no, nothing. I'm just with the news of it. I was expecting to leave on the carriage to return back to my businesses in Hallt in the next few days after Hexensnacht. So knowing the carriage is clearly wrecked and the driver dead, I'm concerned I'm not going to get back to obviously in time for an important meeting. So if you don't mind me, I am concerned that I may well lose out on a fair bit of coin on this matter.
Well, what motive for curses more than coin, eh?
If you don't mind me, looking at the time, looking at how late the hour is, and points around the inn as most of the farmers and huntsmen have left. I need to retire. My room is near yours, I believe. You have got the communal room because there is enough of you, whereas I have a room to myself. If you don't mind me, I am going to take this bottle with me, and sleep soundly, because these tales leave me with a rotten feeling in my stomach.
True enough. Okay, so I'm gonna take a chance here. He's gonna when he says he's gonna take the bottle, Snorri will grab the bottle and he'll hold it out to him. And when he goes to grab it, he's gonna clap his other hand on his fist and he goes, "Listen. There's something about this that bothers me, something fierce. And I know you got business that you don't want to share, and that's fine. I can respect that. But if anyone dies on this night for something you didn't tell me, you will answer to me." And I want to roll Intimidate.
Oh!
And that is 2 successes. I have a 52, and I rolled 30. Yeah.
Okay, and it's opposed by the target's cool check. Okay. What does cool run off again? I think cool runs off
Willpower.
Willpower, yeah. Oh yeah, he's completely failed that. He's mostly too pissed. He just looks. His face goes pale. You speak true, dwarf. You speak true.
He's gonna let go of his hands. Like, he made his point, but leave the bottle with him,
Yeah. Buckmeyer walks off with the bottle and swigs directly from it to try and, get some courage from it. And with that, we're going to pause there. We're about halfway through. I think we took a lot longer on this scene because it's so much fun.
Yeah.
And we're going to take about a 10-15 minute break so we can refresh ourselves, get some drinks, whatever we need, and we'll be back right with you after that to conclude Hellrise to Hallt. So we'll see you in a moment. So bye for now. And we are back, back with Hellrise to Hallt on Gehenna Gaming with Darker Days Radio, and I am one of your regular hosts, Chris, for that. And we are joined again by our players here, and we continue this story. Sorry, I'm just trying to bring up the right windows on my thing. Cool. Okay, right. So you are all soundly resting in the communal room in the Calm Toad. There's a
How many
fireplace.
people did it take to lift Thalsus up to the room?
There's a fireplace, and outside it's cold. The snow is settling outside. Obviously, if you were fatigued or anything, that's all gone. Though, if you're drunk with the consume alcohol thing, which we should really address, after not drinking for an hour, which you will have done, you can enact a challenging consume alcohol test. So you roll consume alcohol test. And then that will determine how many hours it will take for the alcohol to wear off in your system.
I
what's
rolled a
challenging?
99.
You
Jesus.
failed, so you're still drunk. The
73.
yes, that's you won't get chance to roll again yet for another hour until you rest. So if you want to do anything and not be at the mercy of the penalties you've got, which is what, -20 on weapon skill, ballistic skill, agility, dex, and int, you have to use a resolve point to ignore those conditions, the drunk condition that you're suffering. Anyway, yes, you are in bed, bellies full of food and ale, sleeping soundly, the howling wind outside, the clatter of shutters not secured tightly, and prayers. And obviously there have been libations and prayers made against the ills of Hexensnacht, which are carried on the wind by people who are trying to sleep and ignore the nightmares and the terrors out in the dark. And then you can all make a perception test. Plus 20 on this.
Even with the plus 20, I failed by 3 degrees.
Okay. So anyone that succeeds, basically.
Me.
Okay.
I do succeed.
So if you succeed, you are awoken. And you wake up. You feel rested. You feel warm. That's mostly the effect of the alcohol. And you can hear heavy footsteps above. There's nothing above you. There's only the roof.
All right. I'll jump up and kind of try and wake up whoever's with me on the room.
Everyone can now make a further perception test if they've woken up.
Or if
This
they've
time with
woken
a
up.
-10.
So I didn't wake up initially, but our lovely friend is trying to wake us up. So, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's with how we've been rolling perception. Maybe we should all. Why do I keep talking?
That time it succeeds.
If you succeeded, as you wake up, as you're stirred from your slumber, you know something really weird. You've been asleep for a good couple of hours, right? And
I'm still asleep.
as you look over, you see, on the small table next to your cot, the candle which provides the only illumination in the room other than the embers of the fire. The candle, rather than having shrunk, is actually longer than it was. Almost at its pristine height. But you have little time to contemplate this, as there is a bang and a scream and slamming of doors and shutters. What do you want to do? They're coming from... These noises are very close by within the inn.
I hop up out of bed. Was it Snorri who's still asleep?
Yep.
Yeah, run over to Snorri. What's the Snorri? What's the Snorri?
Does that wake me, or do I need to?
Yeah, it wakes
roll
you up.
again?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Yeah.
not doing well on the rolls.
Dude,
He
what's the
goes,
Snorri?
what is it? What is it? What?
someone's walking around in here. I think you might need that sword of yours soon.
You hear a loud cry. Get away from me! Get away! Coming from the room nearby. It sounds like Markov.
Yeah, Snorri just grabs the handle of his rapier and charges across the room, just slinging the sheath away. And he's barefoot, but he just charges toward that room.
Is he barefoot and just in his long shirt? He may not even have his trousers on.
No, he keeps the sword next to his bed. He just snatches it and goes running off and pounding.
You open the latch on the door, and you step out. Well, you either step out or you peer out into the corridor, and there is Markov running with little more than shirt and trousers on, running down the corridor and past you towards the stairs. His face is just white with terror, and he's screaming, "Help! Help! Help! It's come for me!"
In here, man, in here.
Now,
no, not in
being
here.
a dwarf, you have night vision.
Wait.
Yeah.
You have night sight. You look in the direction of where Markov ran from. And sorry, I just need to reply to a quick message. There we go. Yeah, you look in that direction, and illuminated barely by the candlelight from the room, is the dark, imposing figure of the headless horseman.
Oh,
it walks
not you
slowly
again.
in your direction with heavy footsteps that shake the walls and shake the corridor.
He's just gonna look at his rapier and he goes, "Blast! What I wouldn't give for this to be silver."
And you hear within, as the armor clanks towards you, "Ale and rum, just watch him run. Wine and liquor, blood is thicker."
Goddamn spooky riddle, man. I'll chuck the silver dagger to Snorri.
So it's just clatters on the floor, like next to my foot. God, I wouldn't give for silver, clatter. What the? Sigma be praised.
Sigma be praised. Yeah. I wanna.
Go ahead.
I wanna run towards the brewer, who's probably like in the ground, from what I understood.
Yeah, you want to run out and go down the staircase and follow the brewer as he's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. You can do that.
I want to get really close to him.
The brewer is rushing through the inn, and as you're following him, he's already thrown the door open to go outside.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'll follow him.
you're following. What does everyone else want to do? Do you want to get in the way of the horseman? Do you want to hide? Do you want to go after Markov?
I'll be helping Snorri.
Okay. So, what's going on? Do you actually want to now try and stop the horseman? Do you want to?
Snorri is going to pick up the silver dagger and he's going to swipe his rapier. Oop, I'm bashing my thing. Excuse me. He's going to swipe his rapier through the air, and he's going to say, "Spirit, Dullahan, I challenge you to a duel for the man's life."
Okay, I need you to roll your cool check.
Yeah, can do. Baller, I succeed.
You
Just
succeed
by 0, but yeah.
by 0. Okay.
Yeah.
You succeed, so you're gonna have to roll again next turn essentially, because he's frightening, which means he's got a fear rating.
Okay.
So you're kind of like trying to be intimidating, but you're realizing this tall figure in this black armor, which has got strange faces engraved into it that are snarling, and he's got a big axe. It's kind of scary.
And he's also in a hallway, isn't he?
Yeah, he strides towards you. "Master Dwarf, short you are. Let's see if you can fight as you are.
Yeah, so Snorri's trying to take advantage of the fact that he's got a swinging weapon and he's in a narrow hallway.
Yeah, he's still gonna mostly try and hit you. So you want to try and attack the headless horseman? Okay, we need to do some combat. So let's have a look at combat. The first thing to do is initiative order, and that
His short-term goal was challenge someone to a duel.
yeah. This isn't really much of a proper duel, though.
Nope.
Each character rolls for initiative. You roll your initiative rating.
Okay.
Groups do this kind of differently. Hold on, what's it say?
That's the eye trait.
Combatants act in initiative order based upon who's got the highest initiative. So what's the initiative of the dwarf?
So my initiative rating is 34.
And the horseman is higher. Who else is wanting to fight against the horseman?
I'm going to let him duel for now.
Oh, okay, good.
But if things go badly, I want to jump in.
You step forward and the horseman brandishing his axe is gonna go for you. So you roll your weapon skill with your weapon to defend, and I roll my melee basic with my axe in order to attack you. I've got some other talents that I need to be aware of with this guy. I think that basically means he's good at. Okay.
Probably my best important roll of the whole game. I rolled a 3.
You roll
Like
a
literally
3.
0, 0, 3.
So what does that give you in success levels?
That gives me 5 success levels.
And the horseman gets you're gonna be so sad. Gets 6 success levels.
I mean, I'm not
It
sad.
goes for his
I
axe.
thought I was
He
gonna get
swings his-
killed right away.
He swings his axe towards you, and obviously it hits. The difference in success level is the damage it will be doing. So the difference then is it's only 1 success level difference. That's 1. Plus the weapon damage is 10. So that's 11 damage being done towards you.
Okay.
And we then need to determine where it hit you. And I roll a D100 for that. It hits 93, so it hits your right leg.
All right.
And the damage is... So it does 11 damage, and the wound suffered is the damage minus your toughness bonus and armor points.
So I don't know what my toughness bonus is.
Your toughness bonus is your toughness 10s unit.
So 3.
So that's 8 points of damage it'll be doing. And do you have any armor?
Oh, definitely not. Didn't even
No.
start with any.
So you take 8 wounds straight away.
Delightful.
How many wounds do you have as a master dwarf?
Well, let's see here.
Should be something like 12, I think. Should be quite a few.
I'm trying to find them. I didn't locate them before. Please hold. Your call is important to us.
That would have killed me.
Wounds 14.
Wounds is 14, so yeah, it's quite a hefty. So it cuts deep into your leg, and you're injured as a result, obviously. But you can respond. You can try and attack if you want to.
I mean, yeah, he's already all in, so if not, he's probably gonna die, and die pointlessly. So he's at least got to. Will this stupid camera stop? Whatever. So he's going to try and attack with that silver dagger, I guess.
Okay. I'll roll his defense. Okay, interesting.
So I rolled a 25 and I have a 55, so it's 3 levels of success.
Okay, you hit. You do. You beat by 3 levels of success. That goes on to the damage of a dagger, which is like 1 plus your strength bonus. Again, the 10s unit of your strength.
Okay. So 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? No. Oh wait, is the amount that you go over, is that also damage or no?
Yeah. So your success
okay.
level adds on as well.
Right. So strength bonus plus 1 is 5.
So you do 8
and
then in total.
Yeah.
Yeah. You dig it straight into where you see a weak point in the armor, but it doesn't penetrate at all.
Okay.
The horseman,
The silver dagger didn't work.
obviously, here's some important things that you notice. It's a physical thing. It's not a spirit, as far as you can tell so far.
Uh-huh.
And the horseman, you can attack, and the horseman just after he's attacked you with the leg, hit you in the leg. He goes, "You bear no eye, I bear no ire to you, dwarf," and he continues walking along down the corridor.
I think Snorri will say after him, "Who made you?"
As the horseman just keeps walking along, going down the steps, clumping away. "Made of flesh, made of blood. I'll take a head, I'll take their blood."
Oh, and he's now just kind of like clutching his wounded leg.
Yeah, so he's obviously stomping down the staircase and begins to make his way out of the inn. If you want to pursue and stop him, that's up to you.
I mean,
As for Markov, he's run all the way. He's at almost the towards the gates of the town, screaming, "He's here! He's here! The horseman has come for me!" Trying to raise the alarm. Those of you who've chased outside, so that'll be the rat catcher. That'll be Talther. You do catch up with him because obviously Bachmeier is tired, weary, traipsing through the snow, is cold, and you catch up to him, and he's there just shivering in the cold.
Was it me or yeah, it was me.
Yeah, it was Anders.
Oh, sorry, it's Anders. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. I'll come to him and say, "Stop it, man," and I'll buck him in the head.
Yeah, you slap him around the face. "The horseman, you saw him. He's real. It's real. He's come for me. He's come for my head."
Why? Why would he come for your head?
"He's come for my head. He's come for. He's come. Right. So who's following the horseman? The horseman is obviously moving now with gusto out of the inn.
I'll try and follow him.
Same.
Okay. Those of you who are following, who go into the corridor, you can make a perception test.
71. Okay, I'm loving the 70s tonight.
Okay, fine. That also goes for Snorri. You can make a perception test.
all right. 78. Useless.
Okay.
You guys want to spend fate?
I think if people are walking by Snorri, because he's kind of just like tending to his leg at the moment, seeing how bad it is, he's gonna say, "That thing ain't no spirit. That thing's flesh. Burn it."
If it bleeds, we can bribe it. Let's go.
Bribe? Bribe.
I
The thing
don't know,
walked
I'm
right
guessing
through
it.
me.
Well,
As
stabbing
you-
it didn't work.
As you chase after the horseman, you make it down down the staircase, into the main room of the inn, and you watch the horseman just kick open the door and walk out. And as he's doing this, you hear him speak once more. "Just those curs who bear the eye. They took her life and now must die. Her prayers unheeded, Uta rots. Though Sigma failed her, I will not." And it marches out into the snow, following the footprints laid by Markov and of course laid by Anders. Anders, you look back in the direction of the inn. You can hear the door slam open, kicked open by the horseman, and you see its dark figure, tall and imposing, even without a head, walk out.
I'll try and knock the brewer out. I'll get my dagger and kind of bopping him in the head until he passes out.
You want to try and knock him out? Okay.
Yes.
You can make
the brewer, not the horseman. For the love
you
of
can
God.
make a melee roll.
Okay. 31 out of 42 into so +1.
You hit with 2 success levels difference, and you're trying to bop him out. I mean, you clout him round the head, and it doesn't really knock him out. You haven't knocked him with enough force in the head. He staggers back. You know, he's now bearing a bruise on his head. He goes, "I was drunk already. I don't need a migraine." And he just looks at you, and then he looks in the direction of the horseman. And
Again.
Go to sleep.
and
Go to
as you
sleep. Go to
go
sleep.
to hit him in the head, the horseman brings his axe up high and throws it with all of its might. The axe spins through the air, and as you're about to bop the brewer in the head, as you're about to bop Markov in the head, as you go to do it, there is no head left to bop. Head is cleaved clean from his shoulders as the axe spins through the air, shearing it away, and instead you are splattered in the face by a gout of blood. I think you need to make a fear test, so make a cool check.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fair. Nope. 61. So.
Oh, you fail really badly.
-3.
Yeah, you pretty much run for cover, seeing this happen. The horseman you watch from wherever you're cowering away, stomps forward and gets to the body of Markov. Again, blood seeping into the snow, wisps of steam rising into the night sky. And with his axe, well, before he does that, he picks up the head, pulls away a finger from the right hand, and with his axe then picking up his axe, chops down again and cleaves off the right hand. And he drops the ring as well, as if discarding it, realizing he doesn't need it. The horseman then bangs his axe against the chest of his armor, so it rings out, and with that, the horse, his demon horse, you imagine, can be heard, gallops through the town and arrives at him. Those of you following along, who are now gone through the inn, emotionally now outside the inn, and have witnessed the horseman performing its brutal act of throwing this axe and cleaving off a hand. What do you want to do? You can hear the horse galloping towards you.
Theo runs over to try and get the horseman's attention.
Oh, okay, you're running up to the horseman. Okay.
Yes.
You need to pass a cool check then.
Yeah. Let's see. Any minuses to this or anything?
No, you're okay.
Oh! My stat is 32. I rolled 32.
Yeah, you don't pass with enough success levels. You walk forward, but you are shaking.
Yeah, that makes sense. Never mind.
So,
I mean, Snorri, my idea was Snorri had to assume that even though he found a weakness in the armor, nothing happened. His immediate next thought is fire. So he was gonna root around and see if he could find any bottles of hard liquor and a brand that he could grab from the fireplace.
okay. As you're doing that, then the horse has galloped up to the horseman. What is Taltha doing?
I like to try to use charm animal to distract the horse
Uh,
to give Snorri some more time.
okay. You could try. That would mean actually going up to the horse as it's galloping along and getting in its way.
He's kind of drunk, so sure.
Right. Okay. You can do that then. Yeah, you can try and do that. You get in front of the horse and you try and grab its reins and calm it down. So you can use charm animal.
2 degrees of success.
Right. Let me just check how easy that really should be, or how absolutely monumentally stupid this is.
Oh, I know it's stupid.
I've got a wonderful image of Telda just being dragged in the streets.
Oh my goodness.
Charm animal. Pass on a charm animal allows you to influence behavior.
Is it really an animal?
In combat. Okay, right. Yeah, I know what I need to roll. You don't. You fail.
Yeah.
It doesn't care about you. It only has one master. It gallops past you as you try and reach for its reins, knocking you aside, no damage, and approaches the horseman, who begins to take his trophies and mount up onto the horse. You can hear also the ringing of a bell. Clearly, the night watch, the watch, and Bertil Lindemann has gathered her watchmen together in order to find out what the commotion, the fracas is. What do you want to do? I mean, obviously, Anders is frightened. Snorri is wounded. There's a scared little halfling trying to walk up to the horseman as he's mounting his horse. What do you want to do, guys?
He's mounting it, right? Can I try to hit the horse right in its rear flank to try to frighten
You wouldn't be close enough at this point.
with my sling?
You could try, but
I'm just imagining now, just like drunk dude, just like
you are very actually. Yeah, your weapon skill is completely nonsense for this.
I have a 55 for this.
A 55.
So, like,
what for your
35?
sling? It's down to
Yeah.
35. Yeah.
Yeah. 36.
A
who do you hit
stone whizzes past the horseman, and even though it has no head, you feel like it turns and looks at you with just complete contempt.
like really.
Like laying in the snow, falling over.
The horseman just bellows, "You bear no ink, no enemy of mine, I think." And with that, he obviously digs his spurs into the horse and begins to, rears up, ready to gallop off. And he drives it off towards the wall, and and the horse, being a war horse and everything else, is able to clearly just leap clear over the wall. So much for the legend that of the old faith and their stones keeping out a headless horseman. The Bertil and her watch arrive and run up to any of you. What on earth happened? Was that the horseman? Who's dead?
Snorri probably comes out holding a brand and a bottle and goes, "Ah, oh, fuck."
Theo still standing in the same position in the middle of the road. That was him. And it was him. I need to change my trousers.
Snorri wearing just, long shirt, just kind of slumps against the wall and goes, "I could use some help." And he's gonna just open the bottle and pour some on his leg and then drink some.
Obviously, you can treat it. Anyone that's got healing, you can treat it, because right now it's a kind of more of a flesh wound type deal. it's not an actual full-blown wound going on. You'll be able to have a
Oh,
chance
that's fair.
to rest. And the watch begin to gather up yet another body and drag it off to the Temple of Sigmar to keep it safe. Bertel obviously follows Snorri back into the inn, and I'm sure the rest of you have returned to the inn, and goes behind the bar, grabs some more shot, clay shot cups, and joins you pouring a drink. Yet another death on this as Hexensnacht approaches. What the heck is what in Sigmar's name is going on? What is it seeking? You tried to fight it? Did any of you face it down?
Yeah, I did.
Please stop moving, Master Snorri. I'm trying to hide this bandage.
Sure, sorry, it's just been a night. Yeah, I stabbed it.
You stabbed it.
And he's gonna drop the silver dagger and goes, I don't know where this came from, but I used it to jam it right in a weak spot in its armor, and it didn't do a fen. And I got this for it. Good scar, I guess. Huh?
Well, it will be
So
once
it
I'm finished.
seems silver does nothing.
It's flesh. It sank like flesh. It's not living. Can't be. Did I smell anything off of it when I stabbed it? Any kind of like rot or decay?
No.
He goes, but none of that stink. It's not like a corpse. It said it told me itself it's flesh and blood.
I would suggest,
But I'm having trouble believing the bastard.
I would suggest you all rest. You're injured. That you're in need of calming your nerves. I will place members of the watch in the inn to look over you. But get some rest. We can discuss things in the morning. Right. Is there anything you want to ask her at this moment, or anything else you want to do?
Yeah, he's gonna just say, one thing. The horseman only goes after people who have a tattooed or inked eye of some sort. It was on Bachmeyer's right hand, underneath a ring, I think. The ring should be out there in the snow. The horseman took his hand. He was fidgeting with the damn ring last night. I even threatened him and he didn't come to about it. And they also mentioned someone named Uta. The horseman did, that is.
Somebody killed Uta. He's getting revenge.
Somebody
Uta.
stood by.
You mentioned Uta.
Yes.
Uta Bot. Uta Bot died last year, or maybe more. She was a priestess of Sigmar here.
He did mention something about Sigmar failing her.
She was murdered in a crime of passion by a blacksmith. A blacksmith. The name. What was the name? Let me remember. Uta was murdered by...
If you don't think there's anyone else who's in danger tonight, then maybe tell us in the morning.
The blacksmith was Hauptfeld. Yes, Hauptfeld. That was the name. Yes. Hauptfeld. He apparently was in love with the priestess. Friedvart. Yes, Friedvart was in love with her. Murdered her in a crime of passion. And in return, he was executed. He was beheaded for his crime. We will speak of this in the morning. Get rest. Tend to your injuries. And we will speak of this in the morning.
Yes, Mom. He's just gonna take another shot and he's like, "You done?"
As
the whole,
you
like-
all return to bed, you can all make a perception roll.
Got 21, so yeah, 1 degree of success, I think.
1 degree.
Excellent.
92.
As you head back upstairs, back to the room, something glints in the candlelight. A pendant.
Ooh.
Dropped at the door. Dropped where Snorri faced down the horseman. It's a small pendant. And you pick it up. Who can read?
Not me.
Where would that be listed?
It'd be
Talents.
a talent that says read and write.
Yeah.
Talents.
I just realized, looking over my skills, I don't actually have healing either.
I
so-
don't know if any of us can read and write. Because I've got a bunch of combat talents. And
There's
absolutely
there's
no-
something scratched on the back of it that looks like it could be some word, but you're not too sure how to read it.
Amazing.
We'll find a scribe in the morning.
And so you sleep soundly. You sleep off your hangovers. You sleep off your alcohol. And it's the next morning. The morning brings a gloomy atmosphere to Hallt. With the horsemen having been seen in the town walls, there's a sense that nowhere is safe, and townsfolk have grim face. Breakfast is barely palatable, and there are hushed voices speaking about the killings. So you have a meal at the inn. You have food. It's oats with honey, which is overly sweet. And during the meal, a single honeybee climbs out of the small pot of honey left on the table. It flies out for a moment before dropping dead. Obviously, outside, life goes on. You can hear the bleating of sheep as they bustle into the town centre, into their guarded pens before they are obviously marked and taken out to be sold, or the fact they're very much in season, of course, so they're going to be sold to between the farmers and used for breeding the next stock for the next year. And once you've eaten, you've had your fill, you're able to have a walk around the town. It's, as I say, there are stalls open, there is food, there is ale, there are things, the winter harvest that can be made on sale, and there is the Temple of Sigmar is open, and there is a priest of Sigmar there who is clearly tending to the 2 bodies you've delivered to him. He is mostly very happy about. But yes, it's a bad day. There are and as you walk around, this is the day of Hexensnacht, because obviously Hexensnacht is to come, and the villagers are preoccupied as the woodsmen have gathered during the early part of the day foliage, and now they and their wives or partners and other villagers, other townsfolk are taking this foliage and weaving it into wreaths to hang on doors. So what do you want to do? You're in a town, you've had breakfast. What do you want to do? You've got questions to ask, I am sure.
I was thinking I might stroll along to the temple. See what's happening there.
So you head to the Temple of Sigmar, and inside, there's only a few pews. There's most of the place is standing. It's a small temple, and there's a small cloister where on the stone tables the 2 bodies are kept with white cloths draped across them. But inside, tending to them, obviously wafting incense around, for it is Hexentag, and a day and a night of ill repute, is Father Lothar Schmidt. And he walks around. He is grim-faced. He has a beard. His head is shaved, as is the way of priests of Sigmar. And he walks around. Yes. Welcome.
Oh. Hello. Yes. Well, hi. I'm Theo. You might have realised you had a bit of a harrowing night, and I thought I might as well ask your big fella there for some help. He tries to make the hammer, but he's not very assiduous. So
He walks up to you and he marks on your forehead the symbol, the hammer of Sigmar. Sigmar blesses you. Even those not of man. Sigmar was a friend of dwarves and is a friend of halflings.
That's wonderful. Lovely. We like friends.
You
Always
are the
good
one
to
that travelled with Goswin, the litigant.
Yes. Yeah. He's looking well. Yes. I did.
Yes. His body resides there with Markov.
Horrible thing. I came about something specific that the the fella
The horseman.
said. Yes.
Yes.
Him. He said he mentioned something about an Uta. We heard
Uta?
she. Yes.
She was the priestess here before I arrived. I replaced her after her death.
Yes, I was wondering if you knew of anything odd about that. Maybe we could find.
Uta died, I believe, I was told, a crime of passion. She was killed by a blacksmith, this Hauptfeld.
Yes.
She is buried here in the grounds.
Yes, exactly. We heard about the blacksmith killing, but I was wondering if you knew of anything particularly odd surrounding any of those. Were you there for his execution?
I was not there for the execution, though. Strange. After his death, obviously, such graves are marked. We never did get round to burying
Oh,
the blacksmith. His body and head went missing, you see. I believe the work of the ruinous powers at play. If he was such to kill a priestess of Sigmar, I'm sure he was of ill repute.
anyone who would kill in such a way would hardly be a friendly chap. But yes, where is Uta buried?
I can take her to I can point out her grave. You should find it easily.
Please, thank you. So kind.
He leads you into the outside to the graveyard, past the large wrought iron gates, and points out the general direction of where Uta's grave is. If you do not mind, I have morning blessings to attend to.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. For yeah.
Yes. Sigmar blesses you. And you can make a perception roll.
Okay. 24, so 1 degree of success.
Excellent. You walk around the grave and you head towards where Uta's grave is. And you notice there's a few things that are odd. And you're a herbalist. Why are certain flowers in bloom at this time of year? That's unheard of.
Do I recognize the flowers at all?
Yeah, you recognise what flowers. There's nothing strange about the flowers themselves other than they should not be in bloom at this time of year.
Yeah.
They should have died off already.
Are they everywhere or just on Uta's grave?
They're scattered around the graveyard. Uta's grave, you notice, though, is different to some of the others. It's carefully tended to. There's even some fresh flowers laid at the grave. And then, as you get closer to inspect, you realise the dirt behind her grave has been freshly dug.
Oh no. Okay.
As you inspect further, you see lying in the dirt finger bones. Some are fresher than others. Some of them still bear flesh clinging to the bone. And on that flesh that is still fresh and not eaten away by vermin and decay, some of these fingers on their flesh is tattooed an eye with a spiral in amber for its iris.
Well.
One of these fingers is very, very fresh.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the graveyard?
No one else is attending to the graveyard because the graveyard's pretty fucking scary on Hexensnacht to go to.
Yeah. I look around, I take the freshest finger, put it into my cloak pocket.
Right. Who do we want to deal with next? Let's go over to Taltha. You're sporting. You've got over your hangover. What are you doing?
I wanted to find the guards. They wanted to talk to us about the murderer.
Yes, you can go find Bertil. She sat outside her home. Well, no, she sat outside her home is basically the main guard house in the middle of the town, situated, privilege of her role, and she is talking to some children and regaling them of tales of fighting orcs and goblins that have come down out of the when she used to be in the army, and the kids are loving it and are playing with sticks, thinking they're fighting orcs and goblins. I mean, for someone that's very gruff and has seen war and fighting the enemies of mankind, she takes a lot of time out for children.
I'll try to catch her attention and let her finish up.
Come over. Yes, go fight I'm sure if you go over there, you'll find Grom the Paunch, and you can defeat him there. What do you have to ask, Ratcatcher?
Can you read?
I can read, yes.
We found this pendant last night in the inn after everything. I was wondering if you could tell us what it said on this side.
Well, as you can see, this pendant bears the twin-tailed comet of Sigma. And on the back is the name of Uta. This is Uta's pendant. This was not found on her body when she died.
We found it in the hallway of the inn where Snorri fought the Doulahan.
With that, you hear the bells chiming from the main. I say clock tower, but the main clock that keeps time for the town. What's weird is it chimes out. And it chimes out a time which is a couple of hours from when it should have been. As in, it's late. It's running slow.
Maybe you should tell if there's anything you want to talk to us about Uma's murder.
Death. Yeah. I've told you all I know is this blacksmith killed her. She was buried in the churchyard over there. It is a shame, really. She was a pleasant priestess, whereas this new one, he's a grim-faced man. Though I believe he used to serve in the army.
The man who was killed last night, do you know what his relationship with her was?
What, Markov?
Mm-hmm.
He had no relationship with Uta, as far as I'm aware.
I can't think of any more questions to ask then.
Okay. Okay. Anders, who do you want to talk to? What do you want to do?
Who would be the priest? Is the one in charge of taking care of the graveyard, like digging graves and such?
He's in charge of the he's in charge of the he's in charge of the graveyard because there is no local priest of Morr who would be in charge of final blessings to the dead. So he takes it upon himself to also perform that role, or at least look after bodies until a travelling Morrite priest arrives to inter the dead.
Okay, I want to start looking around the town for, and possibly outside. I want to follow the tracks of the horse, of the war horse.
Okay. That's interesting. As you're walking around, you hear things. You hear rumours of yet more grain has been spoilt, seemingly rotted away overnight. You also, for a minute, get a sense of deja vu. You walk down the street, you see a black cat cross your path behind you. You look back over your shoulder again, moments later, and you see the same cat again cross the path. An exact repeat of what you saw. You also seem to walk past the same house like 3 or 4 times before you even get to the gates of the town in order to leave, to follow where the horseman went. And as you head out, you pass some of the farmers gossiping. One of them speaks in hushed tones, obviously noting you go by. Given that you've now witnessed 2 deaths at the hands of the horseman, you're considered bad luck by some. I hear old 100 unfreed mouse. Did you see last night? I saw a lantern in his farmstead. That place has been abandoned since his death. Who was up there? Were you up there? I weren't up there. I would never go up there. It's haunted. I would say it's haunted by old man Mouse now. What about his family? Well, I haven't seen them around here. They've been off to all further afield. Nobody tells me nothing though. I haven't seen nothing. Strange.
My good mister.
He turns to you. Yes.
I've heard some birds talking about some lights out, burning bright on the late night of yesterday. Did you happen to see anything?
Oh, I
And I'll twist a coin on my hand.
for a price, I might know something. I hear the head of Carl Franz speaks many things.
Yes, it does. And two heads think better than one.
Oh,
And I'll
indeed
grab-
they do, young sir. I think two pences are plenty good for what I know.
I'll kind of keep them in my hands.
You've got a shit ton of money on you from pilfering stuff, so
Yeah, I do.
giving him two copper pennies is nothing for you.
Absolutely nothing. I'll give him two copper pennies for each of the farmers. Because there are 2 farmers.
Okay,
talking,
yeah.
right?
What do you want to know? I did see a light up on Unfreed Mouse's farmstead, just up there.
Mind pointing me the direction?
Oh, I
please?
could tell you direction quite easily. You can get there on foot.
Alright.
It's a farmstead. He was mainly in charge of growing. He grew a fair crop of pumpkins and he kept some sheep. Obviously, he don't keep no sheep now because he's dead.
I see. When did he die? Did he get
died. He died a couple of weeks ago.
Was he decapitated as well?
The farmer makes the mark of Sigma. He lost his head. That'd be right.
I see. Another question, as I did give you 2 coins. Do you know who owns horses in the city?
Around the town,
Big
no
horses.
one know. I don't know anyone that owns any horses. The only person that might own a horse would be people who travel further afield. I think some of the huntsmen may well keep horses, though they mainly go on foot because it's easy to get through the forest. They keep dogs, big dogs. The only other person who might well keep a large horse and keeps a fine steed, actually, she does, is the Lady Reaver herself, Felgiebel. She keeps a horse.
Alright, I see. Thank you very much.
Not a problem,
Oh.
sir. Not a problem. What was that? Oh, You say she's making a pie? Well, I might come round later. Right, and Snorri.
Okay. Well, shoot. Honestly, Snorri never trusted our lovely local reeve. I think that he's gonna go looking to chat with maybe not her, maybe some of her retainers.
Yeah, you can go find. She has a very large house.
Yeah, like a manor.
Yeah, it's within the town walls, but
Okay.
it's obviously separate from a lot of people's. It's a bit bigger and everything else.
Right.
And you set off in that direction.
Okay.
Outside of working some of her valet or servants, who clearly she employs to keep the house, so she will have a housekeeper and possibly someone else like a cook. And you're gonna just rap on the door?
Well, I mean, Lady, what is it? Felgiebel, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Lady Felgiebel is probably attending to business right now. Probably quite busy.
Oh yeah,
as
she's
well, I
mostly
guess.
definitely attending to business.
Yeah. Is the is the stable visible from the fenced by
Yeah,
the road?
the
or-
stable is visible. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's just gonna kind of make his way straight up and probably just head to the front door, act as though he's there for an appointment or something.
Okay.
You know?
You rap on the door. There's a big there's a big wrought iron knocker. Boom, 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 and the door opens, and there's a rather tired-looking gentleman who is the housekeeper. Yes.
Good day, good day to you.
Good day, Master Dwarf.
My name is Snorri Gunderson. I arrived here and had a fine conversation with your lady, and I'm assuming she's quite busy with affairs of her business.
She is
But,
busy with matters all the time.
Truly, I was
Do you have a
wondering
message for her?
I would like to meet with her at some point, and I
She is
would
busy
like to
all
make an appointment.
day and busy all night. I'm sure she might have a time in her schedule. I would say from a week from now.
Understood. Well, it is a pressing matter, but I've always this is a personal thing more than anything. Ever since I was a lad, kind of wanted to get up close, to some horses, and I understand she has a few. I'd
She
be much
owns a
obliged if you.
horse.
I'd be much
could
obliged if I could see the stables.
show you the stables. I mean, she keeps a fine steed.
That's what I've heard, and I'd love to see it for myself.
He steps out, closes the door behind him, and he leads you to the stables around the back of the house.
Okay.
As you can see, this is a fine steed. She's paid much for it. Brought here all the way from Altdorf. It's from fine stock. And yeah, it matches nothing to do with the hell steed.
How many stalls are in the stable?
There's two.
And one of them is empty.
One of them's empty, but mostly for visitors who also come on horseback.
Yeah, after looking around, I'm sure it's very well kept. I've actually worked in stables. So, but it's he's gonna say something like, "It's a strange thing how any beast so gentle, so strong, so proud could go so mad."
Yes, but then a horse bred for war is a different thing compared to a horse bred simply to carry you.
True enough.
I'm
Whereabouts did
afraid,
they
Master
breed
Dwarf,
something like
I'm
that?
busy. I have many chores to attend to for my lady. Do you have anything else to ask of me? This seems to be... You have what you need from me, and I can arrange in the books a meeting for you with Lady Feldgiebel.
Certainly do that. Is there anyone else on the site? Any staff that I could
There is
chat
the
with?
cook. You may, that is here. May I inquire why you wish to speak to her? She also has much business to attend to.
Certainly, I don't want to keep her long. Mostly, there's lots of eyes and ears around the town. Just trying to get a sense for the lay of the land with all the terrible things happening. And I don't want to leave any stone unturned. And I mean no harm.
Understandable. You are obviously concerned with the series of murders committed by this bandit.
Truly am. And any kind of information could be valuable.
You will find the cook. She is mostly out at market currently, buying goods for my lady's supper. If you will excuse me, I have another carpet to shake the dust out of.
Of course, very important.
And he
Thank you.
walks off, clearly bored by your presence.
Nobles.
Right, we're gonna cut right back to. I'm gonna cut back to Anders. You are at the farmstead. Yar. Yes, you venture up to the farmstead, and yes, it is a small place. The wind is blowing, and out beyond it are fields, and you can see that there are some demarcation of where one person's farmstead meets another. Stood lonely in the field is a scarecrow with a wide-brimmed hat. And you just feel like it's watching you, but you're sure that's just, your superstitious mind. And as you walk along, you watch some of the pumpkins still sat in the field, clearly not harvested since Mr. Mouse, Farmer Mouse, Elderman Mouse's death. And as you walk along and you look back, the pumpkins, one of them pops, explodes, rotten. When only moments ago it was fresh, ready to be, obviously, harvested. But there's the farmstead. A small cottage. A 2-bedroom cottage. Sheltered near a small hill. And, you can go in.
All right. I'll look back to see if the scarecrow is looking at me.
You're not too certain.
God damn it.
Obviously, in the
Okay.
fields near there are a few standing stones with strange, worn carvings, which surely most probably relate to the old faith. But you go into the farm. You go into the farm. You look around. There's not much there. There's the hearth. There's a table tipped over. There are cots that have not been slept in for weeks, if not months. Food in bowls that have rotted away. And there are some. There's also a few things still left around. A few fetishes, some small bits of straw tied together, woven together to make little figures.
Oh no.
Some which they've humanoid look to them, with plucked feathers making, I guess, headdresses for them, or skirts. And the strange thing is, as you're looking around the farmstead, when you look away and you look back, you just feel like they could have moved, even by an inch. You can make a perception test as you're now searching this farmstead.
Yes, I am going to look specifically for fresh marks to see if anyone passed here recently.
I hope everyone is watching this or participating are appropriately freaked out by everything going on.
I am freaked out. 5
Wow. Excellent.
out of 27.
Excellent. So, you search around and you find a loose floorboard creaking, as if it should have been nailed back into place but wasn't. You prise up the floorboard, and within you find, wrapped in a piece of cloth, a small polished piece of amber-coloured glass. It's a convex lens. There are engravings round the edge of it, but you can't read, you can't write, and they're also clearly, from what you can tell, they're not in the language that people read in the Empire.
Right.
You also find, as you lift it around and look around, that there are the tapestries that are still hung up inside of the in the farmstead. The tapestries depict basically the seasons, because farmers have to have pictograms, depictions of the seasons, so they remember when to do things, because most of them can't bloody read, right? Okay. And
Right.
though it displays the seasons, displays things that you should remember, the things to look for, that describe when you should plant things, when to harvest things, how to tell what time of the year it is. When you look through this spyless, you're going like, what the hell is this? Like, you're trying to make sense of it. What you see on the tapestries is completely different. Instead of animals and farmers and crops and the moon and so forth, you see instead the all-seeing eye. You see bodies writhing together. You see images of sacrifice.
Holy moly.
There are even pig-like animal people dancing around and cavorting.
All right. So basically, things change if I look them through these amber colored lens, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll try to see. I'll keep looking around the house with these lens, kind of a
You
one
go
eye.
into one of the other bedrooms, and you're looking around, thinking, try your luck. You might see something weird. And then you hear the front door of the farm slam shut. And you hear the creaking of floorboards. Someone else is in the farm with you.
God, shit. I'm gonna pocket the lens, and I'm gonna look for a place to hide under a bed or
There is a
some
window you can
closets.
squeeze through.
I'm
You
gonna do
you
that.
can make it out the window. It's an athletics test. You get plus 20 on this. You should do this. You're a thief.
Oh, yeah, I'm not very good at a
Thief!
lot of things. but-
Everyone thief. Let's watch the thief do thief
Let's watch the
things.
thief. Yes, 35. So
35.
35 out of 59.
You squeeze through, and as you escape out the window, you find somewhere behind a stone wall to hide. And
Right.
as you look back, you see, kicking open the door, clearly quite angry, a large brute of a man, clean shaven, a broken nose, dark brown eyes, and a grim face with few teeth missing, as he curses, and he curses Sigmar's name. He has a gold ring in his right ear, and from his dark clothes and leather boots, and from the axe that he carries, you can tell that he must be an executioner. Sigmar's teeth. Where is it? How are we meant to read that book? I guess I must get the book now before someone discovers it on the body. And he starts storming off back into town.
Okay. I'll quickly look at him through the lenses and see if there's any difference.
There's a kind of a haze to him.
Okay. All right. I'll sneak my way back to town. I'll kind of take the different long route
Cool.
to not.
And we'll go back to. We're going to assume the rest of you have gathered together to have lunch. You're outside the inn. You have got some. You've got some salted meats, some cheese, some bread, bit of honey, It's all very nice. And also you got some ale. It's great. It's an obsession with me and doing fantasy games. And we're very interesting. Like, what weird foods can we have? It's always good. Food is important for embedding yourself in the story. You're sat there, and you can discuss what you've witnessed, or you can figure out what you want to do as you finish up your lunch.
I mean, I think I'd like to kind of convene with everyone and discuss. Be like, I kind of know what I'm looking for, but I can't seem to gather up anything. Did you all find anything interesting?
We cannot listen to you.
I will take the lead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I must have hit the button by accident. Tell us if you want to go first. There.
Yeah. The god said the pendant here belonged to the dead priestess.
All right. Well, that certainly at least corroborates the Dullahan story.
Yeah. On that subject, I went on a visit to the temple. Rather stuffy in there. I don't know how you humans manage it. Anyway, yes, I went out to the I was shown to the priestess's grave, and there was fresh flowers on it. All the others seemed rather abandoned. This was very taken. And then the earth was churned up, and you will never believe what I found there. Where did I leave it? Where did it starts just
I think
emptying
Snorri gets a
pockets.
look on his face.
Pops
it's like,
onto the table, onto the plate that had some bread. It's a bloody finger, right?
Yeah. There it is.
Snorri just like
Sigmar's light.
smacks his hand over it, be like, "You took a finger from a grave?"
Well, to be fair, for one grave there was rather an abundance of them. It seemed that was where all the fingers that have been getting,
Do I
We're being,
recognize the finger?
You don't recognise the finger, but there's a
recognise, right.
tattoo on it which looks
Okay.
quite like what you've been expecting.
Okay.
yeah, that one was the freshest. So I think I can state a guess who can only count to 9.
Well, I get the feeling that Bartel might not be too offended by this and would be interested to know. But that said, the moment we show this to her, there's going to be a lot of questions.
With that, of course, Anders, you finally arrive back in town, and you find them sat outside eating lunch. And as you approach, you are then aghast at the fact there is a bloody finger on a plate.
Hello, compatriots. I have found some. What the? Whoa.
It's
Why?
a Hallt special.
Oh, they're serving fingers now.
Finger food.
You halflings have a very weird culinary taste. Anyway, I had the strangest run-in with a very big fella with a very hefty axe. Also, I did find this, and I'll kind of grab the lens and put them on the table. So I went to an old deceased farmer's house, just up on one of the hills. And the strangest things happened. I found under one of the floorboards this. And when I looked through it, by some chaotic miracle, it changes the world around me. The weirdest thing. Like the representation of winter was just like a lot of people dancing around corpses. It was the weirdest, just well, whatever. Then after I found this, a big man entered the house. He looked like an executioner of sorts, and he had a very big axe with him. He said something about trying to read a book and something that wasn't on the body. I think there's a problem.
Have you tried looking through that lens at any of the books you took from our erstwhile companion?
I have not.
Goswin.
I cannot.
Awesome.
I cannot read. Also, don't tell the lady. But I also cannot read, so I don't think it makes that difference.
You can try
but
it
I'll
on
try.
the book with that, and nothing
Yeah.
appears that you can make out.
Where's that amulet that we had?
Right here.
I'll try.
And
It's tarnished a bit,
There's
City.
nothing strange with that.
God.
But remember, the executioner said that the book was still on the book from the body.
Yeah.
So you've got
I
two
also
bodies,
mentioned
remember? Just to say.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Have you fully investigated Markov's body since it was taken to the temple?
I think we need to go talk to our friendly neighborhood priestess Sigmar.
Also, I will say that it is really weird that there's an executioner in town, and no one mentioned that he had a very big axe, considering everything.
They did mention that someone got their head cut off as punishment, so
That was some time ago, though.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Anyway,
I
we should
think
check
with
the
that,
corpse,
you're likely all
please.
going to head to the temple, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. You head to the temple, and Father Lothar is there again. Ah, Master Halfling, you've returned again. To those of you, I'm Father Lothar Schmidt. I look after the temple here. I hope you are well. I can blessings of Sigmar to you all on this Hexensnacht. This may be of interest to you, given that you are travellers from Altdorf or further afield. You're mostly wondering what all the villagers are up to here doing, the townsfolk. See these wreaths they've put on their homes? They're to ward off the evil spirits, as if Sigmar does not do this already for us. It is part of the old faith, you see. Blessings of Tal and other ancient gods. Curious and fun, I allow them to do it. It gives them good spirits in these difficult times and in this time of year. May I help you with anything? You seem to have returned with a sense of urgency around you.
Certainly. My name is Snorri Gunderson.
Ah,
Markov, his body. Did he have a book on him?
I've not looked over the body. It was kept fresh in the cloister, ready for burial.
Can we look?
I see no reason why you shouldn't. So far, you are the only ones who have faced down this Dullahan. And
Yeah.
in my eyes, a dwarf is a friend of Sigmar. So,
Well, bless.
follow me. Blessings to you all.
yes, blessings.
Yeah,
Let's go.
bless. Let's go.
Theo's still
He
walking
leads
around.
you to the cloister where, obviously, again, as I said, there's the large stone tables, plinths upon which both the bodies are kept with white sheets upon them. The one there is the body of Goswin. The one on the right there is the body of Markov. I will be in the main chamber. I have things to read, preparations to be made for blessings tonight. After all, tonight is
Understood.
Hexensnacht.
Yes.
A moment, priest.
Yes.
I'll grab the amulet, the lens with one hand, and I'll kind of pocket the other with on my dagger, just in case. And I'll show him the lens, and I'll say, "Do you recognize this?
I've never seen anything like it.
Can you feel anything different? I am not of a magical type, but maybe Blessing of
Oh.
Sigmar might help me."
Looking at the inscriptions around the edge of the lens, it must be very ancient. That is the old tongue.
I see.
So the one that was closer to my people's tongue, then, huh?
I would say older than that even. I would say it was
Goodness.
the old tongue before man interacted with dwarfkin.
I see. I'll take this to an archaeologist of sorts. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Oh,
I think you would have much better luck at the colleges of magic in Altdorf. Though, maybe the Temple of Sigmar is better. One does not want to get involved with wizards now. Speaking of wizards, over there, a curious thing of this temple, over there, if you see that there, that is a small shrine to Magnus the Pious. He was the one that obviously led the war against chaos many centuries ago. and
That's
created
wonderful.
the
Tell me more.
the
Why don't we
friendship
walk over
between
there?
elves and what is his name? Teclis, I believe, and
Yes.
and formulated the colleges of magic. And he was emperor. After, of course, we had no emperor for some time. What with the War of Three Emperors.
Snorri is going to quite literally put a hand on his shoulder
He's
and
gonna
direct
go
him
show-
toward.
Yeah, you can
And
go
you
look
like,
at.
show me. And he's like, you guys look at the bodies.
Hey.
I'm
Let's
sucking
go.
that sheet right off.
So
He's
if
turned
you
around.
going over to the small shrine, you can make a perception test.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, groovy.
Gonna
Yeah.
shank the priest.
Please don't.
Whoa!
I don't think
Not
he
really.
deserves that.
I'm joking.
I know. Let's see. What
Success.
is my perception? I passed. I just don't know
Yeah.
by how much.
Okay, it's okay. You've passed. That sometimes it's just if you pass. As you're
2.
looking over it, and you've looked at that small amulet, that small pendant, sorry, of Uta's, you realise it's a complete match for a shape on the shrine,
Well,
as if it were a
That's-
key.
peculiar.
But while that's going on, people are looking at bodies.
Yeah.
Who wants to
Someone hold
investigate
me
the
up.
body?
I'll grab the halfling and put him on the table.
Oh my god.
Oh crap, that's awful. Okay, you've whipped the sheet off, and of course there is the bloody stump of the neck. There is the bloody stump of the right arm, and the body is, is not decaying too quickly. It's cold, fortunately. You can make a perception test.
All of us?
All of you can make perception tests.
I got a 98.
That's gonna find
Oh,
jack
yeah.
shit.
How does
I
this
got
keep
2.
happening?
You got 2. That's brilliant. That's all we need to know. As you look over the body, you find, kept within the folds of his bulky clothes, you find a book, which you can't read, but from flicking through, it looks like Markov's recipe book. As a brewer, that makes sense. It also has in the back of it, mostly because there's things that look like numbers, or what you assume are numbers, are clearly keeping track of his sales and contracts with people and so forth.
I hold the book out to Anders and just like, here, try this one. Try it now.
Oh, I still can't read. And I'm gonna use the lens on the
And
book.
as you use the lens on the book, it reveals something on some of the pages. What looks like weird scrawls and strange shapes, and I'm gonna hold up to the camera. Looks like kind of like. Can you see that?
Just about.
Yeah, you see that?
Yep.
It reveals to look like that. The mark of chaos. Standing stones and a windmill. Obviously, you can't read anything that it says there, because none of you can read.
I wish we got a magician,
But it,
or someone who can read.
But someone can read nearby, and that's likely the priest.
So
Yeah,
many
but
people in town can
do-
read.
do we recognize that it's chaos? Chaos?
Oh, that is definitely looks like a sigil of chaos. I mean, it's the 8-pointed star.
Yeah, the 8-pointed star.
yeah,
That's a pretty
yeah.
universally known symbol, yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
universally known
Yeah.
symbol.
So I think that Snorri though would call over to shoot, I forget your name again. Talther, is it? Yeah, and be like, oh, you got that pendant still?
Yeah.
Bring it here.
Trade the priest.
Apparently they need you over there.
Father Lothar seems perplexed and walks over to where the
Just
body is, passing Talther, and Talther. I mean, I guess you're going to be directed to place the pendant in the shrine.
Yep.
And be like, look at this. This is interesting. Same shape.
It fits in. It unlocks, and within, as the stone cracks open, it reveals a notebook from Uta. which again you can't read.
Yeah, there's nothing here of value.
If we get any money for this,
Meanwhile,
if we get any money for
priest,
this adventure,
Lothar is looking at the body and the notebook. That's a book of Markov's recipes and contracts, is it not?
Yes. Put this in front of your eye
Oh,
and
okay.
look through it.
Curious. Child's game. Or
Don't drop it.
by Sigma's comet. He steps back for a moment and makes the symbol of Sigma. This speaks of the work of the Changer of Ways, the Master of Fortune. These are not just these. He reads, Markov, you clever. He's encoded within this, but this lens reveals it fully. These are not just recipes. These are potions of alchemical nature. I am no master of alchemy. I do not fully understand, but these are the readings and ravings of a servant of the ruinous powers. He is a member of a cult.
And does it look like a recipe or something? What is it saying?
It seems a recipe. It also speaks. Let me see. Let it come to the lands and remake them, change them. Master of Fortune shall be, and he makes the cross of Sigma, the symbol, the hammer of Sigma as he's doing it. For the twists of time, it shall change flesh unmade and remade, screaming pain and tortured rage. Change made flesh made. This is blasphemy. What was Markov doing?
I think we'll probably rejoin the group at this point and be like, Snorri would probably put a hand on the old priest's or on the priest's shoulders. And
Or
go,
attempt to, because he's taller than the dwarf.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I mean, he's
Tap him on the back. Oi,
yeah, put him on the back.
Governor,
Yeah.
can you read these words? I don't know what words are. Yeah.
Well, I ain't very literate, am I?
And you pass over the book and he flicks through and he's like, wait, what was the last entry? Here, we have it. 14 for Fliegsicht. The feeling I have is unable to shake for so long. The formless unease I have felt has finally begun to take shape. Instead of relief, however, I've discovered only more to concern me. There are individuals in this town, including Reeve Felliebel, for whom time itself makes bold accommodation. On 3 separate occasions, I've witnessed the Reeve arrive back from a survey of her holdings before she had even departed to do so. Moreover, certain of her nearby farms, such as that of Hunfried Mouse, and he gasped at this, have grown all sorts of produce out of season. Strawberries and sigmaside, I ask you. It is clear that there is some in Hallt for whom the natural laws have been twisted and warped, and I fear by what means they might have achieved this travesty. Were it not for so many in Hallt, a good and stalwart folk, I would leave for the cathedral in Altdorf to seek aid. But if I leave now and draw down such wrath and fire on Hallt in error, what will I have achieved? I must see what I can uncover here before doing more. May Sigma guide my hand in all things, Utabot, servant of... My God, this along with this...
That lens.
There
is
is
the
a
same
cult
color.
at work. There is a cult... The lens is the same colour as what?
It's the same color as, and he's gonna like point. He's like, "Where's the finger?" And he said, and it said the tattoo, the eye in the center of them. The Dullahan is hunting the cultists, I think.
But for what purpose?
Revenge for them killing the priestess.
Oh my God. Oh, by Sigma's name. He looks around.
Yes,
Should we
a
get
fell
involved
spirit in
anymore?
service of Sigma.
We must be quiet. Something is afoot here.
You don't perchance have anything special around, do you? accelerate the healing of wounds, mayhaps? Because I
can
feel
give
like
you,
I might
I
be
may be
needing
able
all
to
my
give you some
strength.
stuff. I must look over these bodies. Give me the book. Markov's book is important, and it would look out of sorts and raise the suspicions of those who work with him if it is missing off his body.
Our friend Anders here did say that some big swords with a hefty axe might be coming looking for it. It might be best that it not be here.
An
if he's
an
wanting
axe,
that.
an executioner.
Yes.
This is the man that murdered Friedrich. Who I say murdered now. I mean executed. His name is Anselm Buchberger. He is a traveling executioner. He performed the execution of the blacksmith who apparently murdered Uta.
Do you think we can trust Bertel? She seems trustworthy.
Perhaps, though, between you and me, I would now be careful of who you speak to in anyone within this town.
I think it's our next duty then to ascertain who in the town we can trust.
The Reeve is surely not
I hated her the
trustworthy.
moment I met her.
Goswin must have been in league with her then. And that also means Huntford Mouse and the other farmer who died. The fishmonger. They're all members of a council. Do you not see? They are aldermen. They had a small council that dealt with the matters of the town. Something is at work. Something greater here is at work than I can even imagine.
Who of the armor? I'm sorry, please.
No, I was just the man. Goswin there. He must have also been in league, and they did say there were some things he was bringing in the carriage that
would have been
sent some
recovered
people
by
after.
now. But where that has gone, I would not know. I would suggest at this point, and he looks out through a stained glass window that depicts Sigmar beating the shit out of Nagash or someone like that, you know, and realizes that obviously it is the shortest day of the year as well, and the sun is already at this point is getting low on the horizon. You must act quickly. I feel what you are seeking. I do not want. I will stay here. I must maintain a face of normality. They are surely going to come for the bodies to recover this book. It would look out of sorts if I remove the book at this stage. We do not wish to alert them. Do what you can. And may Sigma bless you.
I will take any blessing I can get.
What if we rip out that
And lastly,
cage?
Master Dwarf and others, if you stop what is at work here, I will assure you that you will be rightly rewarded by the Cathedral of Altdorf.
Preferably with a book on literacy.
I can teach you to.
Yes.
I can teach you to read. All of you, I can teach you to read in no time at all.
God, please, thank you.
No, I like
God,
this.
damn
If all I teach you
it.
Booked on
all I
phonics,
teach you-
Warhammer Fantasy.
is a blessing of Sigmar, then my work is done.
O stands for orc.
Out of
Drink
out of
this
just,
to die.
This is sponsored by Sigmarshare.
Right. So what do you guys want to do? It's
I
getting
just
late
wanted
in the
to-
afternoon.
I just out of pure curiosity, I wanted to see if he's lying.
Yeah,
Just
you can
because
try.
I'm
After
very
all of
scared
that-
of him.
It's a.
You're very scared of him.
It's a.
Because you're a thief.
Sorry. Let me just find the right skill check.
Just because, like, yeah.
It will be a perception. Perception test.
Perception test.
Yeah.
Alright, 26 out of 27. So
Yeah,
that's a
he's telling the
success.
truth. As far as you can tell, he's completely forthcoming
Seems-
with everything.
Alright.
So I understand we're getting into the last portion here.
Yeah, we're
but,
gonna race ahead and push this
yeah,
to get to the end.
Yeah.
I unfortunately just need to take a quick break. For me. So I don't know much if you.
Yeah,
if
we
you
can
guys are fine just
switch
going
to
on
a
with it.
very brief break, and we will
Yeah.
get to the final leg of this.
Cool.
Let me change over to a break right now. And we're back for the finale of this Hellrise to Hallt on Warhammer Day on Gehenna Gaming Twitch in conjunction with Darker Days Radio. Hello. Right, what's everyone doing? We're going to get through Hexensnacht. You've been told by the priest lots of stuff because he can read and you cannot. What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? The sun is setting. Hexensnacht is approaching. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
Well, I mean, if the and talking just amongst us, if the Dullahan is hunting the people who are, do we want to just try and lay low?
Do you want to follow them? See what they're doing?
It did say the windmill. We could try and stake the place out.
It's a good idea.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
so,
let's do it.
do you want to set off to the windmill?
Yeah. Maybe we should
set off to the windmill then. And
is there any way we could, I don't know, acquire, like, let's say a crossbow or a gun?
Unlikely. Guns, no. You would have to be somewhere a lot bigger that has gunpowder.
Okay.
You set off to the windmill, especially when mass is being called at the temple. You believe the priest of Sigmar, Lothar, is creating a nice distraction for you. And you set off and you head towards the windmill outside of the town. And, it's this large, decrepit windmill. And what's strange about it as you approach is that the sails on it are rotating in reverse. Because, windmills rotate in a particular way with the way the wind is blowing. The sails are rotating counter to the way they should be turning with the wind. And from what you learnt in the town, the windmill isn't even in use anymore because it's superseded by the mills that are run by water power for the elsewhere in the town.
Okay.
I'm almost done. Yeah. Sorry. And yes, so you make your approach to the windmill, and yes, it's a rickety stone structure from hewn stones from the local standing stones, and as you approach, there is a door that is bolted and locked. So someone might need to pick a lock.
I'm here for it.
Your time to shine.
Let's hope so. I want to try and pick the lock of the windmill. What skill would that be?
That would be lock picking.
There's a skill for that.
While he's doing this, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I can't find it on the skill list.
If not, you can lock picking runs off dexterity.
Okay, I'm gonna run dexterity then. I do have a talent that says criminal, but it doesn't say what criminal is. So.
Oh, okay. You've got a talent called criminal. Hold on, I can find that very quickly for you.
It's page 135.
Okay, so let me see. Blah 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 blah. Criminal. That's for income. So that doesn't matter for this.
Okay.
Basically means you operate off the books income quite happily.
Okay, I got a 5 out of 31.
Oh, well, that's excellent. Yeah, you definitely then you hit it. You with very little effort, you pick out a using your thin stiletto knife and another pin. You pick the lock, and it spings open. And you open up, and within the windmill is a mouldering mass of sacks of corn, and within is of course dominated by the mechanical workings of the mill and its large grinding stones. Everyone can make a perception test.
82. I see nothing. I don't even notice the doors open.
I had 2 degrees of success.
Yeah, 0 degrees of success.
Okay.
But a success.
In that case, then, if you succeeded, and -20 basically means a -2 on this, then that makes my maths easy. Snorri, you're looking around, and you've been in mines. That you grew up in mines and dwarven places like that, and within you find a hidden trapdoor in the floor. You pry it open, and it leads down into a further chamber. Who wants to go down in the chamber? The windmill is creaking above you as it turns against the wind.
I'll go down.
Let's go.
Okay,
Yeah.
you go down into the gloom, and while it's not night outside, so some light does spill down into the chamber. Within, dominated by a circle of runes around the center, there are all manner of potions around the room. So there's runes carved into the old stones. There is a workbench, and upon it pieces of glassware used for alchemy. And then more grisly, there is a selection of severed heads. All of them have their eyes and mouths stitched up, sewn shut. As you approach into the chamber, the eyes strain against the stitches, the mouths strain against the stitches, and all the heads begin to gibber, trying to speak.
Oh, maybe we were wrong about the Durlahan.
What do you want to do?
I'll get close to one of them and unstitch the
Excellent.
mouth.
You unstitch one of the mouths. It's a male
It's
head.
something.
So there's 2 male heads. One has no ears. One male head has dark hair, no nose, and one head is female. The male head with dark hair and no nose, you undo the stitches on, and it speaks. Drunk? I was hardly drunk, just tipsy. Seems so nice that Markov. Talk of beer. I love a drink. Do you have one? It looks at you. Do you have a beer? My lips are so parched, I can't remember the last time I had a drink. And then it starts saying it all over again.
Oh God. Yeah, I think Snorri will also undo some other ones because
You undo
saying...
the next one, the woman's
Yeah.
head, the blonde. Cut me down, they did, as I travelled here from Ubersreich. A new start. They talk, though. They talk of fertility and growth. What for me but death? What for poor Griselda? And then it repeats that over and over again. You unstitch the next one, the one with no ears. Great growth is coming, great change. The land will be remade, and all of Hallt shall tremble. I am the fuel, the fertilizer. I am. And then it begins to say it all again. And then you undo the last head's stitches. For Uta I died. For Uta he'll kill the whispering voice I hear at night. My secret brother. My arm is yours, brother. Cleave who I could not. And as he finishes saying that, all of the heads speak in unison. Witches watch, witches wait. Green moon rises, the trickster's fate. Flesh will burn, heads will roll. Green moon rises, death to all. Horseman rides, horseman kills. Jade moon rises, burn this mill. And they repeat that over and over again.
Well, I think they just gave us some instructions. Let's burn the mill down.
Yep.
You're gonna burn the mill down. Yes.
I am very much in favour of that right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Burn the devil mill!
Who's got the survival skills to burn this place down?
I can probably try and...
Go on then.
Are we going to do an 80s montage for this?
It's just outdoor survival, yeah?
Yeah,
27, so 2 degrees of success.
that's enough. Right. You get outside, all of you start gathering together stuff, any wood from the nearby woodlands, anything nearby that will burn, you put in there. You build up a good pile, you get some kindling, and there's just this sparks getting into it. And you, Theo, you blow into the kindling, making in your hands a nice ball of burning straw, and you chuck it into the mouldering corn and wood. And as you all go out, you watch from a distance, somewhere, mostly in secret, you watch the windmill go up in flames. And you stand there, you're hidden there watching this. And as this happens, as this is going on, obviously, the amount of time it's taking you to get to the windmill, all this investigation, getting everything ready to burn this place down, the sun now finally sets over the grey mountains. Night descends, and Morrslieb looks down with its inky green eye on the lands of Hallt. You see in the distance some torches, some lanterns approaching. People. They're getting closer and closer. You hear them speak. They're rushing. One of the voices in the distance you hear, it's the Reeve, accompanied by the headsman, the executioner, and accompanied by someone else you met in passing, a falconer. What has... First Markov, then Goswin, and now we come and find us the windmill burning? What is going on? We were so close, so close. I promised you growth. This is not my fault. She turns to her cult, who stand there. She is silhouetted against the windmill. I promise you, this should not be. This should not be. I promise you, Ewald, I promise you, this should not be. This, and Diomir, this is not my fault. Someone found out. And they look at her, downhearted. You failed us. You promised us fortune. You promised us these serums would give us growth, give us strength, give us immortality. Morrslieb hangs high in the sky above you, and as you look up towards it, it's almost as if and Morrslieb, the regular moon like her own, is nowhere to be seen. The stars grow dim and wheel as if wheeling around Morrslieb itself. For a moment, you almost feel as if Morrslieb is looking at you directly. You watch all of the cult fall on the floor, grimacing in pain, retching in pain. What do you want to do?
Bran, you're on mute.
Bran?
Sorry, I muted myself. I said they're all grimacing in pain. How many of them are there again? Like
There's
4 or 5?
4 of them.
Four of them.
There's Ewald, Diomira, Anselm, and Elva.
Who wants to put down a cult?
Hey, everyone got a knife?
Oh God!
Just draws my dagger.
You come out then from where you were hiding, ready to, I guess, execute these worshippers of chaos, of Zinch, the changer of ways, the master of fortune. And as you creep closer, you stop dead in your tracks. Their skin begins to boil and blister, crawl and gibber, and literally crawl out of their clothes. And you watch as their flesh coalesces together, merging together, and begins to take form. There's a cry, a chittering voice coming from this mound of flesh. Limbs erupt from it. Some are crustacean-like, others are tentacles, others are insectoid. And all you see is the chittering, blinking-eyed form of a revolting creature, a chaos spawn. And it looks with all of its eyes, and it has many of them, and it looks at you, and it goes, "Changer of ways, changer of ways, changer of ways," and starts towards you.
Oh God!
Everyone's got higher initiative than it, so it will. You all get to attack it before it gets a chance.
I think Snorri's just gonna say spread out, and he's gonna
First
He's
of all, though,
gonna-
everyone needs to make a cool check because it has a
Yeah.
fear rating of 2.
Delightful.
That's not okay. I don't like that.
Oh dear. I got
Yeah.
99.
Maybe use a fate point.
Obviously, if you fail your fear, you are subjected to -1 success level on all tests that you take against it, and you may not move closer to it without passing a further cool test. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to use. Is it fate or fortune?
One of them.
A fortune test. Let me see. I can either add +1 success level to a test after it's rolled, or choose when to act around. Oh no, that doesn't really let me do much there.
Spending a fortune allows you to reroll a failed test. That's one of the options.
Yeah, you can re-roll.
Oh yes. For some reason I couldn't see it in the light. Sorry. Yeah, I'll spend my fortune to re-roll a failed test.
Okay.
It still failed at 64, but not quite so badly.
So who's not frightened?
I have two degrees of success.
Okay, so you can act. Everyone else, you will have to pass a cool check in order to act, to move towards it to act. But obviously, it might just walk up to you anyway. So Snorri, you're up. You get to attack.
Oh god! All right, here I go, being suicidal again. By the way, did I gain back any wound points before?
Oh, you've got your wounds back. You've rested enough.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and roll my my attack then. And melee basic, I have a 55, so that's and I rolled a 29, so it's 3 degrees of success.
3 degrees of success. Okay, yeah, you hit. The other thing actually I need to make a thing of. Technically, it's also terror causing, which means if you pass, you suffer no further effects of terror. If you fail, you receive a number of broken condition. Yeah, so everyone's just it has the broken condition against it if you failed your fear test, your initial fear test.
Okay.
The broken condition is not great. Broken condition is on conditions, but someone might have the sheet to find that really fast for me.
Broken, you are fleeing. On your turn, your move and action must be used to run away as fast as possible until you're in a good hiding place beyond the sight.
Everyone's
going to
basically move back behind the wall if they're
And
scared.
Snorri's
So
just
I
like,
think
Get them! No!
get them, and Snorri's running towards it to try and fight it. Okay,
Oh,
so
God,
Snorri,
I'm gonna
you've definitely hit. How much was your degree of success?
It was 2.
2.
I think.
Yeah, you've hit.
Oh no, it was
with
3. Sorry.
3. So you've got 1 degree of success. That adds +1 onto the damage.
I'm
And
attacking the rapier and
strength bonus. So yeah, strength bonus plus damage of the rapier plus the bonus equals.
so my strength is 4, so 8, 9.
Yeah, that's not great. It you
Nope.
try and stab it with your rapier, and it does nothing to it.
I figured. I don't know what the qualities fast and impale do. I know they won't help me here against a chaos spawn. But...
Impale is if normally you get a critical if you roll a double. Impale means you get a critical if you roll a 10. So if you roll like a 10, 20, 30 under your skill rating, it counts as impale, and it counts as a critical hit because it's that kind of thing. Fast basically means you're much quicker on the initiative, but you're already quick already against it. Who else is not fleeing in terror?
Well, we could spend resolve to remove the condition, right?
Yeah, you can do that.
But fleeing seems cool.
I do have an idea, but I don't know if I could carry it off while fleeing. It depends where the windmill is in relation.
Oh, what do you want to do?
I want to run over and see if I can get a burning brand.
Yeah, you can flee towards the windmill. That's a good place to hide behind in sense because it's burning.
Yeah. Okay. So I run for cover behind the windmill and see if I can find a brand I can wield.
Yep, fine. I will roll to attack against the dwarf then. And it's also got plenty of horrible. I just need to check its traits because it's got lots of tentacles. You see, tentacles are great.
Yeah, they sound great.
Lots of gripping in order to make dwarves go splat.
It gains a free attack action per tentacle, so it's going to attack the dwarf. It gets a 57. Dwarf needs to roll his melee for this to defend against it. So I've got 1 degree of success
enough.
right now.
Question.
Yeah.
Can I, at this point, use step aside? It's my talent.
Yeah, sure.
It's dodge to defend. If you win the test, then I move 2 yards and I'm no longer engaged.
Yeah, you can do that.
And they don't get any more free attacks.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's hope. Oh, I rolled a 1.
Excellent. You roll away
Wow.
from it.
What
Oh,
a nimble dwarf.
Ah,
And
holy crap.
as that happens, I'm just going to roll something. Yeah, that's a definite hit. And let me just check on the... I just need to check something. Because you hear the galloping of hooves behind you and appearing on horseback, brandishing a pumpkin, a burning pumpkin with sulphurous fumes coming out of it, is the horseman. And as it gets closer, it throws the pumpkin directly at the chaos spawn, hitting it. And the damage on one of these is it's incendiary bomb. I don't know. It's an incendiary bomb. I'm going to say it does something like 5 points of damage and it creates a cloud of smoke around it. So there's these yellow sulphurous fumes that engulf the spawn, and the spawn is set alight to a certain degree, and it's burning. Right, who wants to act next?
I spend a point of resolve, and I will be using my sling on the monster.
Okay, yeah, you can do that.
2 degrees of success.
2 degrees of success, so you've definitely hit. That also means you gain advantage on it in future with your attacks. That's the same for Snorri, actually. Snorri has advantage on his attacks. That means you get plus 10 on your future attacks on it. And how much damage does that do?
That will be 8 damage.
8 damage. Yeah, it pings off its armored hide.
Well,
Great.
It can't attack anything because it's completely dazed and confused with the smoke from the billowing from the pumpkins. That's pumpkin bomb that got thrown at it. Meaning it's just you just see this writhing of tentacles and snapping of chitinous arms around it. So it doesn't really do anything. Meaning it's now to the next round. Everyone can try and pass their psychology test to overcome their terror.
That cool again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I passed. Yay.
I'm just going to resolve
for
the
flip's
horseman
sake.
now because the horseman's got a great bloody axe that he's just going to charge that thing for you. And hits with a critical. Bloody hell. And I'm just going to say if I roll my D20, my D100 on the critical table, he will... Let me find the critical table. Where is the critical table when you want to find it?
I've got the critical wound table right here.
He gets a 51.
And that is a torn flesh. Critical effect 2. Gain 2 bleeding conditions.
Okay, so yeah, it's bleeding profusely. It's taking a whole lot of extra wounds off that because it does 10. Yeah, it does cutting through it. What do you want to do next? Who wants to attack next? Who's passed their cool check?
I got a 7 on my cool check, miraculously. And I would like to use my talent Distract.
Okay.
I don't know. All right, it's opposed to athletics. Cool.
Okay, I can roll the cool for a chaos spawn. I can tell you now, cool is not very high. It basically doesn't even exist.
My athletics isn't either, so it's basically a bumbling idiot versus a temper tantrum.
Yeah, it fails that, and you distract it.
I barely succeeded. Like I got the same.
You're stood away from it, trying to make yourself a problem. You know, trying to thrust at it and staying out of its reach. It moves towards you with its chittering mouths, trying to reach out to entangle you with its tentacles.
Yeah, so
who
he can't
wants-
gain any advantages. That's all.
Okay, cool. Who wants to attack it next?
I'll sling a stone at it.
Yeah, remember you've got +10 on your target number on this.
22. So out of 65, so 4. And then, is it a critical because it's 22?
Yeah, that is a critical, so roll on the critical table.
So D100, right?
Yeah, D100.
85.
Ooh, 85. Could you roll a further D100 for where you hit?
78.
78 is the... Oh, God, where's the thing? Where's 78? It should say on your sheet where 78
Body.
is. Body. Okay, there we go. Good, thank you. Body, and what did you roll on the body?
85.
Major chest wound. It does 4 extra wounds. You make a significant wound, flensing skin from muscle. It takes a further 4 bleeding conditions. So yeah, this thing is bleeding. This horrible.
I hit it with a
purple
rock.
ichor.
Go, rat catcher!
And yeah, and the bleeding condition is pretty bad for it because let's see, bleeding. That's symptoms, conditions. Let's get to combat again. It should say master list of conditions somewhere. Sorry, I'm trying to go through my book. So bleeding is it loses a further wound at the end of every round. So it's got like 5 bleeding conditions. It's losing 5 wounds a turn right now. So I would say you're about halfway on killing it quite happily. Who wants to attack next?
Well, I rolled a 99 again. on
You're there with a burning stick going. Ah!
Yeah,
That's all we need to know on that one.
Spend the resolve.
Though above you,
but-
the windmill is looking quite dangerous as it's beginning to collapse.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a point of resolve to try and remove broken,
Yep.
and then I'll try and charge in at the spawn with dagger and brand.
Okay. Yeah, you can do a charge attack. Charging gives you a bonus, doesn't it, on attacking as well?
I believe so.
Yeah, charging gives you +1 advantage.
Yes. Yeah, you
on
get.
it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
you've got +1 advantage on your attack. That means you're going to get +1 success level automatically.
Yeah, which negates the -1 for being frightened. So, yeah, I'll run forward, try and jab it with my dagger since it's already on fire.
Yep.
I got 55. Oh, my melee basic is 14.
No, you don't. That's unfortunate. And you're very close
Yeah.
to it. It's likely going to do something very horrible to you. Who else wishes to attack it?
I do. I am the
Okay.
last one to attack. 29 out of 42. So that's 2 degrees of success.
Yep. So therefore, with its defense on that, counts as 1 degree of success. So how much damage do you do?
So that's 4 from the dagger plus 1 because of the difference, right?
Yeah, and there's advantage
Okay.
from everyone else hurting it as well, which mounts up. So you unfortunately don't get
6 of-
quite through its armor because it's only a dagger. But you got advantage against it, so you know it's good. So it can't, it doesn't have the advantage against you. Right, I think that's everyone attacked. With background, I'm just gonna let the horseman do his business. Oh no, I've got to do the chaos spawn attacking people. So I'm doing it as halfling. Halfling needs to roll his defense.
Sorry?
You need to roll your defense.
Okay. I'll try and dodge out of the way with my agility. 56 and my agility is 35.
Yeah, he's definitely hit you, and with the tentacle does wraps around you with the tentacle, entangling you. So it means you can't really get away from him right now. And the Chaos Spawn will spend the advantage it's just gained on that attack to bite you, and it does 7 points of damage to you, minus your toughness bonus and your armor.
I don't have any armor, and my toughness is 3, so it does 4 points of damage.
Does 4 wounds as it gnaws into you with its bird-like beak. It'll do a tentacle attack against the dwarf. Gets a 34.
I was disengaged from it. Did it move toward me?
It'll move towards you in general. It's fairly big. It's got some reach with tentacles.
Oh, fair. Okay.
Just roll your defense with your melee attack.
Can do. Nice. That's 4 degrees of success.
Excellent. Yeah, you fend it off quite happily. And it'll do an attack against the dogs mostly run off in terror at this point against the thief. And it completely misses the thief. And with background, the headless horseman attacks and hits and does some further wounds to it. Mr. Dwarf, you can do what you do.
Not sure how much longer this thing will be up anyway, but I'm going to go ahead and make a feint attack. I'll spend my advantage on that if I can.
Remember, you can do some other things with your resolve and you can do other things with your resolve and your resilience and fate, because you can also choose to automatically succeed and choose the value of the roll.
Oh. Okay.
So I think, where is it? It's I will not fail. Spend resilience rather than roll the result of a test. You can choose the number instead. In an opposed test, you always win by at least 1 success level. So basically, you can roll your melee, or not. You roll. You choose the value you want, which would be like 10, because then it's a critical hit. And it's the lowest critical hit you can get. And I just roll the defense on the spawn. And it will count as a critical hit. And then you can roll the critical hit table against it.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely do that then. Okay, so I'll spend a resilience.
And then roll to see where you hit.
That's 71.
So that's body again, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
And roll the critical value on the body. Roll high.
Injury. Critical table. That's head. Arm.
I've got the critical table here. Just roll the D100.
Oh, sure. Yep. 55.
55. You cause a gaping wound, which does another 3 points of damage on top of what you would deal on your damage with your attack already. And it gains further bleeding conditions. And any wounds you receive to the body hit location will receive further bleeding conditions as well as the cut reopens. So once you've healed it, this thing is bleeding profusely. So everyone can just wail in on it at this moment. I think you've got it. So who wants to attack it next? Ratcatcher, you were doing quite well slinging stones at it.
I will spend resilience and get an 11.
Yep. Oh, excellent. Yeah. So you've critical hit with the stone. It doesn't get to do a defense against this because it's a ranged attack. It's not going to dodge. It's a big spawn. Just roll where you hit.
61.
What's a 61? Is that arm?
Body.
Is that body? Okay. And roll.
Do you just lay on the stone in the wound?
I'm just hitting the other stone.
Yeah, and then roll to see what happens.
92.
92. Smashed rib cage. It does a further 5 wounds. It's stunned, and I think that's enough to say you hit it straight in the chest, cracking what counts as a rib cage, and the whole thing collapses down, melting apart as it dies. It's blood staining the ground, singeing it away, and that is the end of the headless horseman. Who is there? He dismounts his horse for a moment, looking at the pile of bodies, and just happily drops his axe finally. Of stranger folk I've not heard tell, you who wish this monster well, glad I am I killed you not, though glad I am still her killer's not. Uta would not approve of what we've done, But she is dead, and I am gone. I can ask no more of thee, nor have I gold as you can see. Take good care upon the road, and recall to Hallt a horseman rode. He then gets back up on the horse and then turns once more to look at you. I took it up, and vengeance found, but leave that axe upon the ground. Friedvart is dead, and Uta too, but you, poor soul, have life in you. The axe has supped enough, I fear, but you will do well to leave it here. And that is the end of Hellrise to Hell in a kind of abbreviated way so we can fit it into the time frame. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed playing in that. I think it could have gone really brutal if we played a bit more to the rules and not split it up. I think people could have got ripped apart. I hope that scared the crap out of you and left you guessing.
The bits where we found the heads underneath the mill, that was really freaky.
But who is the horseman? What do you think the horseman is?
Conan? I don't know.
Some kind of revenant. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's great. So we haven't spoilt what the horseman is. So even if you watch this, you'll have no idea what the horseman is unless you read Hellrise to Hallt, which is currently on TTRPG, or you can buy it directly from Cubicle 7 as a PDF. Again, I will wrap up really rapidly here to be done. So again, going through it, thank you again to Sam, Bran, Ben, and Sator again for taking part and playing through this. I hope you really enjoyed this. Obviously, if you enjoy Warhammer Fantasy and you want to watch a band of adventurers die, because that is likely what's going to happen in a campaign, and there are rules for that where we get extra XP if we die in a particular way, you can tune in tomorrow 8 p.m. at GMT on the same channel here as we play Darker Days Radio, Darkhammer, Gehenna Gaming play the Enemy Within campaign, and my co-writer for this scenario, David Whitworth, is running that, and I'm playing Francesco, who is a Talian duelist. So with that, again, I thank everyone taking part, and we will say goodbye and good night and enjoy the rest of Warhammer Day, and we'll hopefully see you tomorrow.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.
Happy Halloween.
I have no idea why I have this.